The evening sky slowly darkened as gentle clouds drifted across Europe. The sounds of busy cities softened with the fading light, and the rivers of the continent continued their quiet journey toward distant seas. It was a peaceful scene, difficult to imagine that only a generation earlier these same landscapes had witnessed one of the greatest conflicts in human history. Tonight, our journey does not begin with battles or armies. Instead, it begins with silence, the silence that follows a great storm. As you settle comfortably and allow your thoughts to slow, imagine yourself walking through Europe during the early 1920s. The air is cool. Church bells ring softly in the distance. Farmers work quietly in their fields, while trains carry passengers between cities slowly rebuilding after years of destruction. The First World War had ended in November of 1918. Across Europe, millions of families hoped that such devastation would never happen again. The fighting had lasted more than 4 years. Entire towns had disappeared. Countless homes had been destroyed. Millions of soldiers never returned. And those who did often carried invisible memories that remained with them for the rest of their lives. The war became known by many as the war to end all wars. People desperately wanted peace. Governments spoke about building a better future. Communities began rebuilding schools, bridges, railways, hospitals, and homes. Yet beneath this hopeful beginning, many difficult problems remained unresolved. One of the most important events after the war was the signing of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. Representatives from many nations gathered near Paris to decide how Europe would move forward. The treaty officially ended the war between Germany and the Allied powers. It also placed significant responsibilities and penalties upon Germany. Germany was required to reduce the size of its military. It lost territory to neighboring countries. It accepted responsibility for the war under the treaty's terms. And it agreed to pay large financial reparations. Many leaders believed these conditions would prevent another major conflict. Others worried that the treaty might leave lasting resentment. History would later show that opinions about the treaty remained deeply divided. While political leaders debated the future, ordinary people simply hoped for stability. Factories reopened. Markets became busy again. Children returned to classrooms. Families celebrated weddings and welcomed newborn children. Life slowly continued, but rebuilding an entire continent was not easy. Many countries had borrowed enormous amounts of money during the war. Governments struggled with debt. Inflation affected savings. Jobs were often difficult to find. In Germany, economic hardship became especially severe during the early 1920s. One of the most dramatic moments came during the period known as hyperinflation. Prices rose with astonishing speed. Money that had once bought a week's worth of food sometimes became nearly worthless within days. Workers often received wages several times a day because prices changed so quickly. Families found daily life increasingly difficult. Elsewhere in Europe, conditions varied from country to country. France focused on rebuilding damaged regions. Britain adjusted to a changing economy. New nations emerged from the former Austro-Hungarian and Ottoman empires. Borders changed. Governments changed. Many people hoped these new beginnings would bring lasting peace. Across the Atlantic Ocean, the United States experienced years of rapid economic growth during much of the 1920s. Factories expanded. Automobiles became increasingly common. New inventions transformed everyday life. Radios connected millions of homes with news and music. Movies became popular forms of entertainment. It seemed to many that the future would be bright. Yet prosperity was not shared equally everywhere. Some farmers struggled. Many workers remained vulnerable to economic changes. Financial systems around the world had become closely connected. Then came another great challenge. In October 1929, the American stock market suffered a dramatic collapse. This event marked the beginning of what became known as the Great Depression. Its effects spread far beyond the United States. International trade slowed dramatically. Businesses closed. Banks failed. Unemployment increased across many countries. Families everywhere searched for ways to adapt. People planted gardens. Neighbors helped one another. Communities organized food assistance. Despite hardship, acts of kindness continued. History is often remembered through famous leaders and major events. But it is also shaped by ordinary people quietly helping those around them. Economic uncertainty also affected politics. When people face difficult circumstances, they often search for leaders who promise solutions. Across several countries, new political movements gained support. Some emphasized democracy, others promoted authoritarian rule. Many citizens simply wanted security, employment, and hope for the future. During these years, advances in technology also continued. Airplanes became more reliable. Radio broadcasts reached larger audiences. Automobiles connected distant communities. Scientific discoveries improved medicine and industry. The world was becoming increasingly interconnected. Yet these same technologies would later play important roles during another global conflict. As the 1930s approached, Europe stood at an uncertain crossroads. Peace still existed. Children continued playing in city parks. Musicians performed in grand concert halls. Ships crossed the Atlantic. Trains carried travelers through mountain valleys. Markets welcomed customers each morning. Daily life continued. But beneath this ordinary rhythm, political tensions slowly increased. Disagreements over borders, economics, and international cooperation remained unresolved. Most people could not imagine another world war beginning so soon after the last. Many believed diplomacy would always find a solution. Others quietly worried that the lessons of history might not yet have been fully learned. As evening settles over our first chapter, picture the gentle waters of the River Rhine flowing peacefully beneath ancient bridges. Imagine the lights beginning to glow in villages across Europe. Families gather around dinner tables. Children prepare for sleep. The world still hopes for lasting peace. No one can yet see the enormous events that lie just beyond the horizon. For now, the continent rests beneath a quiet sky, and with that peaceful image, our journey reaches the end of its first chapter. In the next chapter, we will explore how political change, economic hardship, and the rise of new leaders gradually reshaped Europe and Asia, setting the stage for the events that would become the Second World War. The night grows a little deeper now. The stars shine quietly above Europe, while gentle breezes move through forests, across rivers, and over peaceful villages. Lamps glow warmly behind windows. Families finish their evening meals. Somewhere, a train whistles softly as it disappears into the darkness. On the surface, the world seems calm. Yet beneath that calm, powerful political changes are beginning to reshape nations. As you settle comfortably and continue this journey through history, imagine the world during the early 1930s. Many countries are still recovering from the hardships of the Great Depression. Factories stand quiet in some cities. Long lines of people wait patiently for work. Farmers struggle with falling crop prices. Businesses close their doors. Across much of the world, uncertainty becomes part of everyday life. When times are difficult, people often search for leaders who promise stability, prosperity, and national pride. Some leaders sought these goals through democratic institutions. Others believed that only strong centralized authority could restore order. This chapter explores the rise of several influential political leaders whose governments would play major roles in the years leading to the Second World War. Each nation followed its own path, shaped by its own history, challenges, and circumstances. Our story first takes us to Italy. Following the First World War, Italy had fought alongside the victorious Allied powers. Yet many Italians felt disappointed with the peace settlement. Economic problems increased. Political disagreements became more intense. Labor strikes and public demonstrations grew more common. Many citizens worried about instability. During this period, a political movement known as fascism gained support. Its leader was Benito Mussolini. A former journalist and politician, Mussolini argued that Italy needed unity, discipline, and strong national leadership. In 1922, following the March on Rome, King Victor Emmanuel III invited Mussolini to form a government. Over the following years, Italy gradually transformed into a dictatorship. Political opposition became increasingly restricted. Independent newspapers faced growing limitations. The government expanded its influence over many areas of public life. Supporters believed strong leadership would restore Italy's strength. Critics warned that reducing political freedoms carried serious risks. Meanwhile, farther north, Germany faced enormous challenges. The economic hardships of the early 1920s had already tested the nation. Then the Great Depression brought even greater difficulties. Factories closed. Banks failed. Millions of people searched for employment. Many families struggled simply to provide food and shelter. Confidence in traditional political parties weakened. Amid this uncertainty, another political movement expanded rapidly. It was led by Adolf Hitler. Hitler had served as a soldier during the First World War. After the conflict, he joined a small political organization that later became the National Socialist German Workers' Party, commonly known as the Nazi Party. Through speeches, public rallies, and extensive propaganda, the party promised economic recovery, national unity, and the reversal of the Treaty of Versailles. Its message attracted increasing numbers of supporters during the years of economic crisis. At the same time, many Germans did not support the Nazis, and political divisions remained sharp. Germany's democracy, known as the Weimar Republic, experienced growing instability. Coalition governments frequently changed. Political violence sometimes erupted between rival groups. The atmosphere became increasingly uncertain. In January 1933, President Paul von Hindenburg appointed Adolf Hitler as Chancellor of Germany. Some political leaders believed they could limit his influence within the government. Instead, events unfolded very differently. Following the Reichstag fire in February 1933, emergency measures expanded government authority. Soon afterward, the Enabling Act granted Hitler's government broad legislative powers. Over the following months and years, democratic institutions were dismantled. Opposition political parties were banned. Independent labor unions were dissolved. The press came under strict control. Government propaganda became a powerful force in shaping public opinion. Large public gatherings featured carefully organized displays of flags, music, speeches, and symbols designed to project strength and unity. Radio broadcasts reached millions of homes. Films, newspapers, schools, and public ceremonies increasingly reflected official government messages. Many citizens welcomed promises of stability after years of hardship. Others quietly opposed the changes, though expressing disagreement became increasingly dangerous. As historians, it is important to remember that propaganda can influence how people understand events, especially during times of uncertainty. Our journey now turns eastward toward Japan. Unlike Europe, Japan had experienced rapid industrial growth during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Its economy depended heavily upon imported natural resources. Military leaders increasingly argued that Japan needed greater access to land and resources in Asia. During the 1930s, military influence over Japanese politics expanded significantly. Although Japan retained civilian institutions and the emperor remained an important national figure, military leaders played an increasingly central role in shaping foreign policy. In 1931, Japanese forces occupied Manchuria in northeastern China. Several years later, broader conflict developed between Japan and China. These events would eventually become part of the wider global war. Across the Soviet Union, another powerful government had also emerged. Joseph Stalin became the country's dominant leader following the death of Vladimir Lenin. Under Stalin, the Soviet Union pursued rapid industrialization and major economic changes. Large factories appeared across the nation. Railways expanded. New cities grew. At the same time, political repression increased significantly. Many people were imprisoned during periods known as the Great Purges. Government authority extended deeply into everyday life. Fear became part of the political atmosphere. Although the Soviet Union followed a very different political system from fascist Italy or Nazi Germany, it too concentrated enormous power within the hands of a single leader. By the middle of the 1930s, several major nations were now governed by highly centralized political systems. Elsewhere, democratic governments continued operating. Britain maintained its parliamentary system. France remained a republic despite political challenges. The United States addressed the Great Depression through President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal programs. Many countries searched for peaceful solutions to growing international tensions. Organizations such as the League of Nations hoped diplomacy could prevent future wars. Yet the League often struggled to enforce its decisions when powerful countries ignored its resolutions. International cooperation proved increasingly difficult. As the decade progressed, military parades became more common in some nations. New aircraft filled the skies. Modern tanks rolled across training grounds. Factories expanded production. Scientists developed new technologies. Many governments strengthened their armed forces. Some believed these preparations would discourage conflict. Others feared they pointed toward another devastating war. For ordinary families, however, daily life continued. Children attended school. Musicians performed concerts. Artists painted landscapes. Farmers harvested crops. Ships crossed peaceful seas carrying passengers and trade. Most people simply hoped that the future would be brighter than the past. Very few could imagine how quickly events would soon unfold. As evening settles over Europe and Asia, streetlights begin glowing in quiet cities. The rivers continue flowing beneath ancient bridges. The mountains stand silent beneath the stars. The world remains at peace. But the balance has begun to shift. Powerful new governments have risen. Old alliances are changing. The choices made during these years will soon shape the course of history. As our second chapter gently comes to a close, the night remains calm. Yet beyond the peaceful horizon, the first shadows of another global conflict are beginning to gather. In the next chapter, we will follow those growing tensions as Europe moves steadily toward war. The evening grows quieter. A gentle breeze moves through the forests of Europe, carrying the scent of pine trees and fresh earth. Rivers continue their peaceful journey toward the sea, while the lights of towns and villages glow softly beneath the gathering twilight. From a distance, everything appears calm. People stroll through city squares. Children laugh in quiet neighborhoods. Steam trains travel across green countryside. Church bells echo through ancient streets. Life continues much as it always has. Yet beneath this peaceful surface, Europe is slowly changing. The decisions made during these years will shape the course of history for generations to come. As you settle comfortably and continue our journey, imagine Europe in the middle years of the 1930s. The Great Depression still affects many countries. Although some economies are beginning to recover, uncertainty remains. Governments face difficult choices. Citizens hope for stability. Leaders search for ways to strengthen their nations. In Germany, Adolf Hitler has now firmly established control over the government. Economic programs reduce unemployment. New highways, known as the Autobahn, stretch across the countryside. Factories increase production. Many Germans feel optimistic that their nation is recovering from years of hardship. At the same time, Germany begins rebuilding its military. This process, known as rearmament, directly challenges the limits established by the Treaty of Versailles after the First World War. New soldiers receive training. Modern aircraft are designed. Tank production increases. Military industries expand. Many of these activities are introduced gradually. Some are carried out openly. Others are initially kept from international observation. Across Europe, neighboring governments watch these developments with growing concern. In Britain and France, political leaders remember the terrible losses of the First World War. Millions of families are still touched by memories of that conflict. Most people desperately wish to avoid another war. Peace remains the highest hope. Diplomacy continues. Meetings are held. Letters are exchanged. International conferences seek compromise. Yet each year, tensions slowly increase. One important moment arrives in March of 1936. German forces enter the Rhineland. This region, located along Germany's western border, had been required to remain free of military forces under the Treaty of Versailles. The movement of German troops into the Rhineland is a bold political step. Many European leaders view it as a serious challenge to the post-war agreements. Yet no military response follows. For Germany, the event becomes an important political success. Confidence within the government grows. For neighboring countries, uncertainty deepens. Could future agreements also be ignored? Would diplomacy alone be enough to preserve peace? No one yet knows the answers. Farther south, Benito Mussolini continues expanding Italy's influence. In 1935, Italian forces invade Ethiopia. The conflict attracts worldwide attention. The League of Nations condemns the invasion and introduces economic sanctions against Italy. However, these measures prove limited in their effectiveness. Many observers begin questioning whether the League possesses enough authority to prevent international aggression. Confidence in collective security weakens. Meanwhile, events unfold beyond Europe as well. Japan continues expanding its influence in East Asia. Conflict between Japan and China intensifies during the late 1930s. Although these events occur thousands of miles away, they become increasingly connected with the wider international situation. The world is becoming more closely linked. Political decisions made on one continent affect nations far beyond their borders. Back in Europe, another major event unfolds. In March 1938, Germany announces the Anschluss, the union of Germany and Austria. German troops enter Austria. Many crowds welcome them enthusiastically, while others react with uncertainty or fear. Soon afterward, Austria becomes part of Germany. Once again, international leaders protest. Yet military conflict is avoided. Many people continue hoping that compromise can preserve peace. Later that same year, attention turns toward Czechoslovakia. Along its western border lies the Sudetenland, a region with a large ethnic German population. Hitler argues that these communities should become part of Germany. The situation quickly becomes one of Europe's greatest diplomatic challenges. Leaders from Britain, France, Germany, and Italy gather in September 1938 for what becomes known as the Munich Conference. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain believes that peaceful negotiation offers the best chance to avoid another devastating war. French leaders share similar concerns. The conference results in an agreement allowing Germany to annex the Sudetenland. Czechoslovakia itself is not represented during the negotiations. When Chamberlain returns to Britain, he expresses hope that the agreement has secured peace for our time. Many citizens welcome the announcement. After the terrible experiences of the First World War, almost everyone longs for peace. Across Europe, people breathe a temporary sigh of relief. Families return to their ordinary routines. Children continue attending school. Farmers harvest their crops. Musicians perform in concert halls. Trains continue crossing the continent. For a brief moment, it seems possible that diplomacy has succeeded. Yet beneath the surface, serious concerns remain. Some political leaders believe that each concession encourages further demands. Among those expressing concern is Winston Churchill, then a member of the British Parliament. He argues that lasting peace requires firm resistance against continued territorial expansion. History would later remember these debates as some of the most important political discussions of the 20th century. Only a few months later, events take another unexpected turn. In March 1939, German forces move into the remainder of Czechoslovakia. Unlike the Sudetenland, this territory contains no significant German-speaking majority seeking union with Germany. For many governments, this action demonstrates that earlier agreements have failed to prevent further expansion. The atmosphere across Europe changes dramatically. Britain and France begin offering stronger guarantees to countries that might face future threats. Among these nations is Poland. Military planning increases. Defense budgets expand. Factories begin producing more aircraft, ships, and vehicles. Air raid shelters appear in many cities. Civil defense organizations train volunteers. Although peace still exists, preparations quietly begin for the possibility of war. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, another surprising diplomatic development unfolds. In August 1939, Germany and the Soviet Union sign the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Officially, it is a non-aggression agreement. Secret provisions divide parts of Eastern Europe into spheres of influence. Many governments are astonished. Two nations with sharply different political ideologies have temporarily agreed not to fight one another. The agreement removes one of Germany's greatest immediate military concerns. For Europe, the final pieces are now falling into place. Summer slowly gives way to autumn. Across the continent, rivers continue flowing peacefully. Harvests fill village barns. Families gather for evening meals. Street musicians perform beneath glowing lamps. Life still feels ordinary. Few people know that within days, the peaceful rhythm of everyday life will be transformed. The skies remain quiet. The forests remain still. The churches continue ringing their evening bells. But history is moving toward a moment that cannot be stopped. As darkness gently settles across Europe, the continent holds its breath. The hope for peace has not completely disappeared. Yet the signs of approaching conflict have become impossible to ignore. Our third chapter now comes to a peaceful close. In the next chapter, we will witness the events of September 1st, 1939, when the invasion of Poland marked the beginning of the Second World War and forever changed the course of modern history. The night is calm. A cool breeze drifts across the forests and fields of Central Europe. The rivers flow quietly beneath old stone bridges, and the first stars begin to appear above peaceful villages. Church bells echo softly across the countryside as families gather for the evening meal. No one can yet hear the distant engines preparing beyond the horizon. For months, Europe has stood at the edge of uncertainty. Diplomats have met in grand halls. Leaders have exchanged letters. Newspapers have debated the future. Millions of ordinary people have continued their daily lives, hoping that another great war could still be avoided. Yet history is about to turn a page. As you settle comfortably and continue this peaceful journey through the past, imagine the final days of August 1939. Summer is slowly coming to an end. Golden wheat fields stretch across Poland. Farmers gather the final harvest. Children play beside quiet rivers. Steam locomotives carry passengers between busy cities. Markets remain filled with fresh bread, vegetables, flowers, and conversation. Life appears wonderfully ordinary. But beneath that ordinary rhythm, governments across Europe know that tensions have reached their highest point. Germany and Poland have become locked in an increasingly serious political dispute. One important issue concerns the city of Danzig, known today as Gdansk. Following the First World War, the Treaty of Versailles placed Danzig under the protection of the League of Nations while allowing Poland access to the Baltic Sea through the Polish corridor. Germany argues that these arrangements should be changed. Poland insists upon protecting its independence and territorial rights. Diplomatic negotiations continue, but trust between governments grows weaker with each passing week. Meanwhile, Britain and France have promised to support Poland if its independence is threatened. Across Europe, military preparations quietly accelerate. Railways carry soldiers toward their assigned positions. Aircraft are moved to hidden airfields. Fuel and supplies are carefully distributed. Families begin wondering what tomorrow may bring. On the evening of August 31st, many people still hope diplomacy will succeed. They go to bed believing that morning will arrive like any other. They cannot know that history is only hours away from changing forever. Before sunrise on September 1st, 1939, German forces begin crossing the Polish border. Aircraft fly overhead. Armored divisions move across roads and open countryside. Infantry advances behind them. At sea, the German battleship Schleswig-Holstein opens fire on the Polish military depot at Westerplatte near Danzig. For many historians, these opening attacks mark the beginning of the Second World War in Europe. The German military employs a strategy that becomes widely known as blitzkrieg, or lightning war. Rather than relying upon slow, prolonged advances, this approach combines fast-moving tanks, motorized infantry, artillery, and aircraft operating together. The goal is to move rapidly, disrupt communication, surround defending forces, and capture important locations before organized resistance can fully develop. Speed becomes one of the defining features of the campaign. Roads fill with military vehicles. Aircraft fly repeated missions. Bridges, railways, and communication centers become important strategic objectives. For Polish commanders, the challenge is enormous. They must respond to attacks occurring across many different parts of the country at the same time. Despite difficult circumstances, Polish soldiers organized determined resistance. Many military units defend their positions with great courage. The defenders at Westerplatte continue holding their post for several days despite heavy bombardment. Elsewhere, cavalry units, infantry divisions, artillery crews, pilots, engineers, doctors, and nurses all perform their duties under increasingly difficult conditions. Modern history often remembers the campaign because of its speed. Yet behind every military movement are ordinary people. Families awaken to unfamiliar sounds. Parents comfort frightened children. Shopkeepers close their businesses. Teachers wonder whether schools will reopen. Doctors prepare hospitals for wounded civilians and soldiers alike. Railway stations become crowded as people attempt to travel to safer areas. Some families carry only a small suitcase. Others leave behind nearly everything they own. The uncertainty of war arrives not only upon battlefields but also within homes, schools, churches, and marketplaces. Radio broadcasts become an important source of information. People gather around wooden receivers, listening carefully for news from their governments. Across Europe, listeners realize that events are moving quickly. In Britain and France, political leaders recognize that Germany has invaded Poland despite diplomatic efforts to prevent conflict. Meetings continue throughout September 2nd. Messages pass between governments. One final opportunity is offered for Germany to withdraw its forces. No agreement is reached. On September 3, 1939, Britain issues an ultimatum requesting the withdrawal of German forces from Poland. When no satisfactory response is received, Britain declares war on Germany. A few hours later, France also declares war. The conflict that many had struggled so hard to avoid has begun. Across Britain, church bells ring. Radio announcers speak with calm, measured voices. Families listen together in silence. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain addresses the nation, informing citizens that Britain is now at war. The announcement is received with deep concern. There are no celebrations, only quiet determination. People remember the terrible sacrifices of the First World War. They understand that difficult years may lie ahead. Although Britain and France have declared war, immediate large-scale fighting along Germany's western border remains limited during the first months. This period later becomes known as the Phony War by some observers because relatively little combat occurs on that front, while intense fighting continues in Poland. For Poland, however, the situation grows increasingly difficult. German forces continue advancing. Cities face air raids. Roads become crowded with refugees seeking safety. Many communities demonstrate remarkable courage and resilience despite overwhelming circumstances. Then, on September 17th, another major development changes the campaign. Following the secret provisions of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact signed weeks earlier, Soviet forces enter eastern Poland. Poland now faces military pressure from both west and east. The strategic situation becomes even more challenging. By early October 1939, organized military resistance largely comes to an end. Poland is divided between Germany and the Soviet Union according to the agreements made between those governments. Yet, although the campaign has concluded, the story of Poland during the war is far from over. Many Polish soldiers escape to continue fighting alongside Allied forces in later campaigns. Others join underground resistance movements within occupied Poland. Countless civilians endure years of occupation with extraordinary resilience. Their experiences become an important part of the broader history of the Second World War. As autumn settles across Europe, the forests begin changing color. Golden leaves drift quietly to the ground. The rivers continue flowing beneath ancient bridges. The fields grow still after the harvest. Nature follows its timeless rhythm. Human history, however, has entered a very different season. The peace that so many hoped would endure has been broken. The Second World War has begun. Yet in this quiet evening, as the stars slowly appear above the European sky, we remember not only the movement of armies and governments, but also the millions of ordinary people whose lives were forever changed by those first days of September 1939. And so our fourth chapter gently comes to a close. In the next chapter, we will follow the rapid campaigns that carried the war across Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and France, and witness the remarkable evacuation from the beaches of Dunkirk. The evening settles gently across the continent. A cool breeze moves through the forests of northern Europe, rustling pine trees that have stood quietly for centuries. Rivers flow beneath ancient bridges, while distant church bells echo through peaceful towns. Along the coast, the waves of the North Sea roll steadily towards sandy beaches, unaware that history is moving with extraordinary speed. Only a few months have passed since the invasion of Poland. The Second World War has begun. Yet during the winter of 1939 and the early months of 1940, much of Western Europe experiences an unusual calm. Although Britain and France have declared war on Germany, little large-scale fighting takes place along their shared frontier. Newspapers later call this period the phony war. Soldiers wait behind defensive positions. Pilots train above quiet airfields. Factories increase production. Families continue adapting to wartime life. Many people still hope that diplomacy might somehow prevent the conflict from spreading further. But beneath the surface, careful preparations are already underway. German military planners are studying maps. Railway schedules are organized with remarkable precision. Fuel, equipment, and supplies are moved across the country. Thousands of soldiers prepare for operations unlike anything Europe has witnessed before. As spring approaches, the snow begins to melt across northern Europe. The rivers flow faster. Fields slowly turn green once again. Nature welcomes a new season. History is about to do the same. On the morning of April 9, 1940, German forces launch simultaneous operations against Denmark and Norway. Denmark, with its flat countryside and important position connecting continental Europe to Scandinavia, faces overwhelming military pressure. The campaign is brief. Recognizing the difficult situation and wishing to reduce further destruction, the Danish government surrenders later that same day. Norway presents a different challenge. Its dramatic mountains, deep fjords, and long coastline make military operations far more complex. German naval forces, aircraft, and paratroopers move quickly to secure important ports and airfields. Norwegian forces resist alongside British, French, and Polish troops who arrive to assist. Fighting continues for several weeks across the rugged landscape. Snow-covered mountains become unexpected battlefields. Ships sail through narrow fjords beneath towering cliffs. Aircraft fly over icy waters. Eventually, Germany gains control of Norway, securing access to valuable shipping routes, and Swedish iron ore transported through the port of Narvik. Across Europe, governments watch these events with growing concern. It becomes increasingly clear that modern warfare is changing. Speed, coordination, air power, armored vehicles, radio communication, all combine in ways that surprise many military observers. Then, before dawn on May 10, 1940, another major offensive begins. German forces advance westward. This time, the campaign reaches Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. Each country has hoped to remain outside the growing conflict. Now they suddenly find themselves at the center of it. In the Netherlands, German paratroopers carry out one of history's first large-scale airborne operations. Bridges and airfields become critical objectives. Dutch forces resist courageously. The fighting is intense. One of the most tragic moments comes with the bombing of Rotterdam. Large parts of the historic city are destroyed by fire. The devastation deeply affects both the Netherlands and the wider international community. Soon afterward, Dutch resistance comes to an end. Luxembourg, a small nation situated between larger neighbors, is occupied quickly as German forces continue advancing toward Belgium and France. Belgium prepares for defense. Its soldiers take positions along rivers, canals, and fortified lines. One remarkable fortress, Ebenemael, is considered among the strongest defensive positions in Europe. Yet German airborne troops, arriving in gliders with extraordinary precision, capture the fortress far more quickly than many military experts believed possible. The success surprises governments around the world. Meanwhile, British and French armies move into Belgium according to their defensive plans. They expect the main German attack to resemble the strategy used during the First World War. Instead, events unfold very differently. While Allied forces advance northward into Belgium, the largest German armored formations move through the Ardennes forest. Many military planners had considered the dense forest difficult terrain for large armored forces. Yet German engineers, drivers, and commanders guide thousands of tanks and vehicles through narrow roads with remarkable speed. Soon they reach the Meuse River near Sedan. After crossing the river, armored divisions push rapidly toward the English Channel. Their advance surprises Allied commanders. Within days, communication lines become strained. Roads fill with military vehicles moving in every direction. Refugees carrying their belongings travel alongside soldiers. Entire families leave their homes, hoping to find safety farther south. Bicycles, horse-drawn wagons, automobiles, people on foot, all share crowded roads beneath skies increasingly filled with aircraft. The speed of the German advance earns renewed attention for the term blitzkrieg. lightning war. Fast-moving tanks work closely with aircraft and motorized infantry. Rather than attacking every strong defensive position directly, commanders often bypass them, continuing toward strategic objectives deeper inside enemy territory. For many observers, the campaign demonstrates how dramatically warfare has changed since 1918. By late May, large numbers of British, French, and Belgian troops find themselves surrounded near the French port of Dunkirk. Behind them lies the English Channel. Ahead of them, advancing German forces. The situation appears desperate. Yet what follows becomes one of the most remarkable rescue operations in military history. The British government launches Operation Dynamo. Large naval vessels begin crossing the channel. Soon they are joined by hundreds of civilian boats, fishing boats, pleasure craft, river ferries, merchant vessels. Crews from across Britain volunteer to help transport soldiers to safety. For days, under constant threat from air attacks, the evacuation continues. Long lines of exhausted soldiers wait patiently along the beaches. Many have left behind heavy equipment. Some stand quietly in the shallow water, waiting for small boats to carry them toward larger ships offshore. The sea remains surprisingly calm. Smoke drifts across the coastline. Aircraft roar overhead. Despite extraordinary challenges, more than 330,000 Allied soldiers are successfully evacuated. The rescue does not represent a military victory. Much equipment is abandoned. France continues fighting. Yet the successful evacuation preserves a large portion of Britain's trained army. The event becomes a powerful symbol of determination and resilience. Prime Minister Winston Churchill later reminds the British people that wars are not won by evacuations alone. Yet he also recognizes the courage displayed by soldiers, sailors, airmen, and civilians alike. As June arrives, German forces continue their advance into France. The famous Maginot Line, built after the First World War to defend France's eastern border, is largely bypassed rather than attacked directly. Paris, one of Europe's great cultural capitals, prepares for uncertain days ahead. Many priceless works of art are carefully moved from museums for protection. Families quietly leave the city. Government offices relocate. On June 14, 1940, German forces enter Paris. The city itself avoids large-scale destruction during the occupation. Only days later, the French government requests an armistice. On June 22, 1940, the agreement is signed. For many people across Europe, the speed of these events is astonishing. In only a few weeks, the political map of Western Europe has changed dramatically. The war that had once seemed distant has now spread across nearly the entire continent. As evening falls once again, the forests remain peaceful. The rivers continue flowing. The mountains stand unchanged beneath the stars. Nature moves with quiet patience. Human history, however, has entered one of its fastest-moving chapters. The people of Europe do not yet know how long the war will last. But they understand that the conflict has become far larger than anyone imagined only a year before. As our fifth chapter gently comes to an end, the lights of Britain shine across the English Channel. Separated by only a narrow stretch of water, the island nation now prepares for what may become its greatest test. In the next chapter, we will journey into the Battle of Britain, where the skies themselves become the battlefield, and the courage of pilots and civilians helps shape the future of the war. The night settles gently over the English countryside. A cool breeze moves through green fields bordered by ancient hedgerows. Quiet villages rest beneath a blanket of stars, while small rivers wind peacefully through valleys that have known centuries of history. Along the southern coast, waves roll softly against the white cliffs of Dover, glowing faintly beneath the moonlight. Tonight, the skies are calm, but soon those same skies will become one of the most important battlefields in modern history. As you settle comfortably and continue this peaceful journey through the past, imagine the summer of 1940. Only weeks have passed since France signed an armistice with Germany. Much of Western Europe now lies under German control or occupation. From the northern coast of France, one can look across the English Channel toward Britain. The distance is surprisingly short, barely 30 kilometers at its narrowest point. For Britain, the situation is uncertain. The nation now stands largely alone in Western Europe against Nazi Germany. Across the country, preparations quietly continue. Factories build aircraft day and night. Shipyards remain busy. Railway stations move supplies across the country. Farmers harvest crops while children, in many areas, have already been evacuated from cities to safer countryside villages. People continue living their daily lives. Yet everyone understands that difficult days may lie ahead. Across the Channel, German military leaders begin planning what would become known as Operation Sea Lion. This is the proposed invasion of Britain. Before such an invasion could take place, Germany believes one important objective must first be achieved: control of the skies. Without air superiority, transporting soldiers across the English Channel would be extremely dangerous. And so begins one of history's greatest air campaigns. The struggle becomes known as the Battle of Britain. Unlike many earlier battles, this conflict is fought almost entirely above the clouds. The cities, villages, coastlines, and countryside below become silent witnesses as aircraft cross the skies overhead. The responsibility for defending Britain rests largely with the Royal Air Force, commonly called the RAF. Many of its pilots are remarkably young. Some are only in their late teens or early 20s. They come not only from Britain, but also from across the Commonwealth and occupied Europe. Pilots from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, France, Belgium, and other nations join the defense. Although they speak different languages and come from different cultures, they share a common purpose: to protect the skies above Britain. The RAF relies mainly upon two famous aircraft: the Supermarine Spitfire, admired for its speed and graceful design, and the sturdy Hawker Hurricane, slightly slower but exceptionally dependable. Together, these aircraft become symbols of determination. Across the Channel, the German Luftwaffe prepares its own formidable air fleet. Messerschmitt Bf 109 fighters escort formations of bombers. Heinkel, Dornier, and Junkers aircraft carry heavy bomb loads toward British targets. Their missions vary. Some attack airfields. Others target radar stations, aircraft factories, ports, military installations. The campaign begins in July 1940. Early attacks focus upon shipping in the English Channel. Soon afterward, attention shifts toward RAF airfields and radar installations. German commanders hope to destroy Britain's air defenses before any invasion attempt. The fighting grows increasingly intense. Several times each day, radar operators detect approaching aircraft. Along Britain's southern coast stand tall radar towers, part of an innovative early warning system. Although radar technology is still relatively new, it proves remarkably effective. Observers track incoming formations. Information quickly reaches command centers. Pilots receive orders. Within minutes, fighter squadrons take to the skies. The system allows Britain to use its limited resources with remarkable efficiency. Ground crews also play an essential role. After every mission, aircraft return to their airfields. Mechanics repair damaged engines, refuel the aircraft, replace ammunition, inspect every wing and control surface. Pilots rest briefly before climbing back into the cockpit. Their work continues day after day, hour after hour. Throughout the summer, the skies above southern England fill with aircraft. Contrails stretch across brilliant blue afternoons. The sound of engines echoes across peaceful countryside. Below, farmers continue harvesting fields whenever possible. Children watch aircraft from village gardens. Church services continue. Markets remain open. Life adapts to the rhythm of war. One remarkable aspect of the Battle of Britain is the courage displayed not only by pilots but also by ordinary civilians. Air raid wardens patrol neighborhoods. Firefighters respond quickly after bombing raids. Medical workers prepare hospitals. Volunteers assist families whose homes have been damaged. Communities support one another through uncertainty. As August turns toward September, the Luftwaffe changes its strategy. Following several events, including bombing raids affecting both Berlin and London, German attacks increasingly focus upon Britain's cities. This period becomes known as the Blitz. Night after night, bombers cross the Channel. Air raid sirens sound across London. Families calmly make their way into underground stations, public shelters, and reinforced basements. Many spend long nights beneath the streets of the capital. Children sleep beside their parents on simple blankets. Neighbors share food. Musicians sometimes perform quiet songs to comfort those waiting underground. Even during difficult times, kindness continues. Above them, anti-aircraft guns search the night sky. Searchlights sweep across the darkness. Firefighters work tirelessly wherever buildings have been struck. Historic landmarks suffer damage. Homes are destroyed. Factories burn. Yet each morning, buses begin running again. Railways reopen. Shopkeepers carefully sweep broken glass from their windows. Life continues. The determination of Britain's civilian population becomes one of the defining features of the campaign. Prime Minister Winston Churchill often visits bombed neighborhoods. His speeches encourage resilience while acknowledging the sacrifices being made. One of his most remembered tributes honors the RAF pilots. Speaking before Parliament in August 1940, he says, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." The words become closely associated with the pilots who defended Britain's skies. By late September, German leaders begin recognizing that the RAF has not been defeated. British aircraft continue flying. Radar stations remain operational. Aircraft production continues. The hoped-for air superiority has not been achieved. Without control of the skies, Operation Sea Lion is postponed indefinitely. No invasion of Britain takes place. The Battle of Britain becomes Germany's first major strategic setback of the war. For people across occupied Europe, the outcome brings renewed hope. Britain remains free. The war will continue. As autumn arrives, leaves begin falling across the English countryside. The fields grow quiet after the harvest. The white cliffs overlook the peaceful sea once more. Many airfields remain busy, but the most intense phase of the battle has passed. The cost has been great. Pilots on both sides have lost their lives. Civilians have endured months of bombing. Entire neighborhoods bear the scars of war. Yet Britain has endured. Its people have shown remarkable resilience. Its pilots have defended the skies. Its communities have continued moving forward despite extraordinary challenges. As our 6th chapter gently comes to a close, the stars once again shine above the quiet fields of England. The winds move softly across the countryside. The channel reflects the moonlight. The battle in the skies has ended, but the wider war is only beginning. In the next chapter, we will leave the green fields of Britain behind and journey south to the deserts of North Africa, where another very different campaign unfolds beneath endless blue skies and golden sands. The evening sun slowly sinks toward the horizon, painting the endless sands of North Africa in gentle shades of gold, amber, and rose. Warm winds drift across ancient dunes that have remained unchanged for thousands of years. Far away, the calm waters of the Mediterranean Sea shimmer beneath the fading light, connecting 3 continents that have shared history since the earliest civilizations. Tonight, our journey leaves the green fields of Britain and travels south, where another chapter of the Second World War unfolds beneath vast open skies. As you settle comfortably and allow your breathing to slow, imagine the year is 1940. The conflict has spread across Europe, but now its reach extends beyond the continent. North Africa becomes one of the most important theaters of the war. Unlike the forests of Poland or the cities of France, this battlefield is unlike any other. Here there are few rivers, few forests. Instead, endless deserts stretch toward distant horizons. Towering sand dunes rise and fall like frozen waves upon a golden ocean. During the day, temperatures often become extremely hot. At night, the desert cools beneath brilliant stars. For soldiers on every side, the environment itself becomes one of the greatest challenges. Long before the war, the Mediterranean had served as one of the world's busiest crossroads. Merchant ships carried grain, spices, silk, and precious metals between Europe, Africa, and Asia. Ancient civilizations, including the Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Phoenicians, and Ottomans, had all depended upon these waters. Now, during the Second World War, the Mediterranean once again becomes a region of great strategic importance. Control of its shipping lanes means access to supplies, fuel, food, and communication routes connecting distant parts of the world. One place holds particular importance: the Suez Canal. Completed in the 19th century, the canal links the Mediterranean Sea with the Red Sea, providing a much shorter route between Europe and Asia. For Britain, whose global trade and military connections extend across many oceans, keeping the canal open is essential. Its importance cannot be overstated. Across North Africa, Italy already controls Libya, while Britain administers Egypt. Between them lies a vast desert frontier stretching hundreds of miles. In September 1940, Italian forces cross from Libya into Egypt. Their objective is to advance eastward toward the Suez Canal. Although the advance begins confidently, it soon slows as supply difficulties emerge. The desert proves far less forgiving than maps suggest. Water is precious. Fuel must travel enormous distances. Vehicles constantly require maintenance. Even simple navigation becomes difficult beneath the endless horizon. In December, British and Commonwealth forces launch Operation Compass. Originally planned as a limited operation, it quickly achieves remarkable success. Italian defensive positions are overcome. Thousands of prisoners are taken. Large quantities of equipment are captured. The balance of the campaign changes unexpectedly. These early months demonstrate an important lesson. In the desert, victory often depends not only upon courage but also upon logistics. Every truck carrying water, every mechanic repairing engines, every engineer maintaining roads, each becomes as important as the soldiers at the front. Recognizing the importance of North Africa, Germany decides to send additional support. In early 1941, the Afrika Korps arrives under the command of General Erwin Rommel. Rommel is already respected for his leadership and ability to make rapid decisions. His campaigns across the desert will later earn him the nickname the Desert Fox. Opposing him are British and Commonwealth commanders whose forces include soldiers from Britain, Australia, New Zealand, India, South Africa, and many other parts of the Commonwealth. Later, American and Free French forces will also join the campaign. North Africa becomes truly international. People from many nations, cultures, and languages find themselves serving together across the same vast desert. Unlike battles fought among forests or cities, desert warfare possesses its own unique rhythm. Tank formations maneuver across open plains where there is little natural cover. Dust clouds reveal the movement of vehicles from many miles away. Aircraft patrol enormous stretches of empty landscape. Compass bearings become essential. Roads are often replaced simply by tracks in the sand. Sometimes entire armies advance without seeing a village for days. Nature dominates everything. The desert does not favor one side over another. Tests everyone equally. Mechanical reliability becomes critical. Fine sand enters engines. Heat wears down machines. Tires burst. Water evaporates quickly. Even the smallest mechanical failure can delay an entire convoy. Engineers and mechanics work tirelessly beneath the blazing sun. Their efforts often determine whether an offensive can continue. Throughout 1941, control of important towns changes several times. One such place is Tobruk, located along the Libyan coast. Its deep-water harbor makes it an important supply base. Australian, British, Polish, and other Allied troops defend the city during a long siege. Despite repeated attacks, the defenders continue resisting for many months. Their determination becomes widely admired. Meanwhile, across the Mediterranean Sea itself, another struggle unfolds. Naval forces escort merchant convoys carrying fuel, ammunition, food, and medical supplies. Submarines patrol beneath the waves. Aircraft search for ships from above. Every successful convoy strengthens one side. Every lost shipment weakens it. The Mediterranean becomes a vast network of moving supply lines. Among its most strategically important locations is the island of Malta. Situated near the center of the Mediterranean, Malta serves as an important Allied base. Aircraft and submarines operating from the island threaten Axis supply routes heading toward North Africa. As a result, Malta endures one of the longest bombing campaigns of the war. Day after day, month after month. Yet the island continues resisting. Its civilian population demonstrates extraordinary resilience despite repeated air raids and shortages. By 1942, attention once again focuses upon Egypt. Rommel's forces advance eastward, hoping to capture the Suez Canal. The campaign reaches the small railway station of El Alamein, located only about 100 kilometers from Alexandria. Here, the Allied forces prepare a determined defense. The desert narrows between the Mediterranean Sea and the impassable Qattara Depression, limiting opportunities for wide flanking movements. The geography itself shapes the coming battle. In October 1942, under the leadership of General Bernard Montgomery, Allied forces launch a carefully planned offensive. Thousands of artillery pieces open fire. Engineers clear paths through extensive minefields. Tank formations begin advancing. After days of intense fighting, Axis forces begin withdrawing westward. The Second Battle of El Alamein becomes one of the major turning points of the North African campaign. Prime Minister Winston Churchill later remarks, "Before Alamein we never had a victory. After Alamein we never had a defeat." Although the war would continue for years, the battle marks an important shift in momentum. Only weeks later, another major development occurs. In November 1942, American and British forces land in Morocco and Algeria during Operation Torch. Now Axis forces in North Africa face pressure from both east and west. Gradually, their position becomes increasingly difficult. After months of continued operations, Allied forces secure North Africa in May 1943. The campaign has lasted nearly 3 years. Thousands of miles have been crossed. Countless convoys have sailed the Mediterranean. Millions of gallons of water and fuel have sustained armies across one of Earth's harshest environments. With North Africa secured, the Allies gain a valuable opportunity. The Mediterranean shipping lanes become safer. Planning begins for the invasion of Sicily and later mainland Italy. The war is gradually moving toward southern Europe. As evening once again settles across the Sahara, the desert grows wonderfully quiet. The scorching heat of the day fades into cool night air. Above, countless stars fill the sky with breathtaking clarity. The winds gently erase the tracks left by trucks and tanks. Nature slowly reclaims the landscape. The desert remains timeless. Empires rise. Armies come and go. But the sands continue drifting beneath the same stars that have watched over travelers for thousands of years. And so our 7th chapter comes peacefully to its end. In the next chapter, we will journey eastward into one of the largest military operations in history. Operation Barbarossa, Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union, where the vast forests, rivers, and endless plains of Eastern Europe become the setting for a conflict of unimaginable scale. The night stretches quietly across the vast forests of Eastern Europe. Moonlight falls gently upon endless pine trees, peaceful rivers, and wide open fields that seem to reach forever toward the horizon. Small wooden villages rest beneath countless stars. Smoke rises softly from stone chimneys, while horses stand quietly beside old wooden fences. Nature appears perfectly still. Yet beneath this peaceful sky, one of the largest military operations in human history is about to begin. As you settle comfortably and continue our journey, imagine the early summer of 1941. Only 2 years have passed since the beginning of the Second World War. Germany now controls much of Western Europe. France has fallen. The Battle of Britain has ended without an invasion. Across North Africa, fighting continues beneath the desert sun. Yet Adolf Hitler's attention is now focused eastward. His goal is immense. He plans to invade the Soviet Union. The operation receives the code name Operation Barbarossa, named after Frederick Barbarossa, the medieval Holy Roman Emperor. German leaders believe the campaign can be completed within only a few months. They expect a rapid victory before the arrival of winter. History, however, will unfold very differently. In the early hours of June 22, 1941, nearly 3 million German and Axis soldiers begin advancing across an enormous frontier stretching from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south. Thousands of tanks move forward. Artillery opens fire. Aircraft fill the morning sky. Bridges are crossed. Railways become military highways. It is one of the largest invasions ever launched. The German army advances in 3 major directions. Army Group North moves toward Leningrad, today's St. Petersburg. Army Group Center advances toward Moscow, the Soviet capital. Army Group South heads toward the rich agricultural lands of Ukraine and eventually the Caucasus. The distances involved are almost unimaginable. Maps that seem manageable inside military headquarters become vast realities once soldiers begin marching. Roads stretch endlessly toward distant horizons. Forests cover hundreds of miles. Rivers become major obstacles. Villages appear separated by great distances. Nature itself becomes part of the campaign. During the opening weeks, German forces move with remarkable speed. Their earlier experience using coordinated tanks, aircraft, and motorized infantry once again produces rapid advances. Entire Soviet armies become surrounded in large encirclement battles. Hundreds of thousands of prisoners are captured during the first months. Many observers believe Germany is on the verge of victory. Yet the Soviet Union possesses enormous geographical depth. Every mile gained carries the German army farther from its supply bases. Fuel, food, medical equipment, replacement parts. Everything must travel longer distances each day. As the front expands, logistics become increasingly difficult. For Soviet citizens, the invasion arrives without warning. Families wake to the sound of distant explosions. Schools close. Factories suspend ordinary production. Railway stations fill with civilians carrying suitcases and bundles of clothing. Many leave their homes with only what they can carry. Others remain, hoping life will soon return to normal. Across the countryside, farmers continue harvesting crops whenever possible. Doctors prepare hospitals. Teachers organize shelters. Ordinary people face extraordinary circumstances with quiet determination. Meanwhile, the Soviet government begins one of history's largest industrial relocations. Entire factories are dismantled. Machines are loaded onto trains. Workers and engineers travel thousands of kilometers eastward beyond the Ural Mountains. Their production resumes far from the advancing front. The effort is astonishing in both scale and speed. Within months, new factories begin producing tanks, aircraft, artillery, and trucks. This remarkable industrial achievement will later become one of the key factors in the Soviet Union's ability to continue fighting. As German forces move deeper into Soviet territory, they encounter another unexpected challenge: the roads. Many are simple dirt tracks. During dry weather, they produce enormous clouds of dust. But when autumn rains arrive, the landscape transforms. The season is known in Russia as the Rasputitsa. Heavy rains turn roads into deep mud. Vehicles become stuck. Supply trucks struggle to move. Tanks advance only slowly. Horses pull wagons through thick, sticky ground. Progress becomes exhausting. Nature begins slowing even the most carefully planned operations. Despite these growing difficulties, German forces continue advancing toward Moscow. By late autumn, some units come within sight of the distant outskirts of the Soviet capital. The city prepares for defense. Civilians help build trenches. Anti-tank barriers appear along roads. Factories continue producing military equipment. Government offices remain active. Although many foreign observers believe Moscow may soon fall, the city continues resisting. Then another powerful force enters the story: winter. The Russian winter has long been famous throughout history. As temperatures fall far below freezing, rivers begin turning to ice. Snow blankets forests and fields. Vehicles become difficult to start. Lubricants freeze. Weapons require constant maintenance. Soldiers face bitter cold. For many German units, winter clothing is in short supply because planners had expected the campaign to end months earlier. The cold affects everyone. Both armies endure extraordinary hardship. Yet Soviet forces are generally better prepared for the severe conditions. Fresh divisions arrive from Siberia after intelligence reports indicate that Japan is unlikely to attack the Soviet Far East. These experienced troops are accustomed to winter warfare. In early December 1941, Soviet forces launch a major counteroffensive before Moscow. German units, already exhausted after months of continuous fighting, begin withdrawing from some forward positions. For the first time since the invasion began, the German advance is decisively halted. The expectation of a quick victory disappears. Operation Barbarossa has become a long war of endurance. Farther north, the city of Leningrad faces one of the longest sieges in modern history. German and Finnish forces surround much of the city. Supplies become scarce. Winters are harsh. Despite unimaginable hardship, the city continues resisting. Across frozen Lake Ladoga, a route later known as the Road of Life brings food and essential supplies whenever conditions allow. The courage and resilience of Leningrad's civilians become one of the most remarkable stories of the war. In Ukraine and Belarus, the conflict spreads across villages, forests, and farmlands. Partisan resistance movements begin operating behind German lines. Railways are sabotaged. Bridges are damaged. Information is gathered secretly. Local civilians often take enormous personal risks to support these efforts. Throughout the campaign, historians continue studying the immense scale of Operation Barbarossa. It involved millions of soldiers, thousands of aircraft, thousands of tanks, hundreds of thousands of vehicles. It stretched across thousands of kilometers. Few military operations in history have matched its size. Yet beyond numbers and maps are the lives of ordinary people. Families separated, communities displaced, children growing up amid uncertainty, doctors treating the wounded, railway workers keeping supplies moving, farmers gathering harvests despite the conflict surrounding them. These quiet human stories remain just as important as the movements of armies. As winter deepens across Eastern Europe, the forests become silent beneath fresh snow. Frozen rivers reflect pale moonlight. Smoke rises gently from distant cottages. The stars shine brightly over the endless plains. Nature remains calm, even as history continues unfolding below. Operation Barbarossa has transformed the war. What many expected to be a short campaign has become a prolonged struggle across one of the largest battlefields on Earth. Its consequences will shape the remainder of the Second World War. And so, beneath the peaceful winter sky, our 8th chapter comes quietly to its close. In the next chapter, we will cross oceans to the Pacific, where rising tensions between Japan and the United States lead to the events of Pearl Harbor, bringing another great nation into the global conflict and transforming the war into a truly worldwide struggle. The night is peaceful above the vast Pacific Ocean. Moonlight dances gently across endless waves, while a warm breeze carries the scent of salt through the tropical air. Palm trees sway softly on distant islands, and the stars seem brighter than anywhere else on Earth. Merchant ships glide quietly across calm waters, connecting nations separated by thousands of miles of open sea. As you settle comfortably and continue this gentle journey through history, let your thoughts drift across the world's largest ocean. For many years before the Second World War, the Pacific had been a place of busy trade and cultural exchange. Ships carried tea, silk, rubber, oil, and countless other goods between Asia, Australia, and the Americas. Bustling ports welcomed travelers from many nations. Fishing boats left harbors before sunrise. Families built their lives along coastlines shaped by the rhythm of the sea. Yet during the late 1930s, political tensions across East Asia continued to grow. Japan had already expanded its presence in parts of China following the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War in 1937. Military leaders believed that Japan needed secure access to natural resources such as oil, rubber, and iron to support its growing industries and armed forces. At the same time, many Western nations became increasingly concerned about Japan's expansion. Diplomatic negotiations continued. Economic sanctions were introduced. Restrictions were placed on exports of important materials, including oil. Both sides hoped to protect their national interests, yet finding common ground became increasingly difficult. Throughout 1941, diplomats from Japan and the United States met repeatedly. Conversations continued for months. Letters were exchanged. Proposals were carefully reviewed. Each government hoped to avoid war while protecting its own strategic goals. Despite these efforts, disagreements remained unresolved. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, military planners in Japan prepared an operation unlike any seen before. Far across the Pacific lay the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, located on the Hawaiian island of Oahu. The harbor served as one of the United States Navy's most important bases in the Pacific. Battleships rested quietly at anchor. Aircraft stood neatly arranged on nearby airfields. Sailors carried out their ordinary weekend duties. Most believed Sunday would be a peaceful day. The date was December 7th, 1941. Before dawn, 6 Japanese aircraft carriers sailed hundreds of miles north of Hawaii. Their ships remained hidden upon the open ocean. As the first light appeared over the Pacific, aircraft began taking off from their decks. Wave after wave climbed into the morning sky. Pilots flew silently toward their destination. At approximately 7:55 in the morning, the first aircraft reached Pearl Harbor. Without warning, bombs and torpedoes struck the naval base. Explosions echoed across the harbor. Smoke rose into the clear Hawaiian sky. Battleships attempted to respond. Anti-aircraft crews hurried to their positions. Medical teams rushed to assist the wounded. Pilots raced toward their aircraft. Within only a short time, the peaceful harbor had become a place of confusion and extraordinary activity. Many American ships suffered severe damage. Several battleships were sunk or heavily damaged. Hundreds of aircraft were destroyed or disabled on the ground. The attack lasted less than 2 hours. By mid-morning, the Japanese aircraft had departed, leaving behind a scene that would forever change world history. For the people of Hawaii, the morning had begun like any other. Families prepared breakfast. Children played outside. Workers traveled to their jobs. Then suddenly, the sound of aircraft engines and explosions interrupted the calm. Neighbors helped one another. Doctors and nurses worked tirelessly in hospitals. Firefighters battled flames aboard damaged ships. Countless ordinary people demonstrated remarkable courage under unexpected circumstances. The following day, December 8, 1941, President Franklin D. Roosevelt addressed the United States Congress. He described December 7th as a date which will live in infamy. Congress voted to declare war on Japan. Only days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. The United States responded by declaring war on both countries. The conflict that had already spread across Europe, Africa, and Asia now became truly global. Nations from nearly every continent would soon be involved. Factories across the United States rapidly expanded production. Automobile plants began manufacturing tanks. Civilian factories produced aircraft. Shipyards worked around the clock. Men and women joined the armed forces. Others contributed by building equipment, growing food, transporting supplies, or supporting their communities. The scale of industrial production became extraordinary. Within only a few years, American factories produced tens of thousands of aircraft, ships, trucks, and military vehicles. Across the Pacific, Japan continued advancing during the months following Pearl Harbor. Japanese forces captured several territories, including Hong Kong, Malaya, Singapore, the Philippines, Guam, and the Dutch East Indies, known today as Indonesia. Many of these regions possessed valuable natural resources or strategically important locations. For the people living there, the war brought enormous change. Communities adapted to new occupations and uncertain futures. Families were separated. Daily routines were transformed. The Pacific Ocean itself became the setting for a very different kind of war. Unlike Europe, where armies often advanced across land, the Pacific Campaign relied heavily upon aircraft carriers, submarines, and long-distance naval operations. Islands scattered across thousands of miles suddenly became strategically important. Small coral atolls, volcanic islands, remote harbors, places that had once seemed isolated now appeared on military maps around the world. Aircraft carriers emerged as the dominant naval force. Unlike traditional battleships, carriers projected power through the aircraft they carried. Entire battles would soon be fought between fleets that never saw one another directly. Pilots became the eyes of their navies. Reconnaissance aircraft searched vast stretches of ocean. Navigators relied upon stars, compasses, and careful calculations to cross enormous distances. For sailors, life at sea required patience. Weeks sometimes passed without seeing land. The Pacific could be calm and beautiful one day, then powerful and stormy the next. Towering waves reminded everyone that nature remained stronger than any fleet. Throughout this expanding conflict, ordinary people across the world listened carefully to radio broadcasts. Families gathered in living rooms. Newspapers printed large maps showing distant battles. Children learned the names of places they had never heard before. Pearl Harbor, Manila, Singapore, Wake Island. The war had become a truly worldwide event. As 1941 came to an end, few people could predict how long the conflict would continue. Some hoped it would end quickly. Others feared many difficult years still lay ahead. No one yet knew that some of the most significant battles of the entire war were still to come. As evening once again settles over the Pacific, the waves return to their gentle rhythm. Palm trees sway beneath a sky filled with countless stars. The harbor at Pearl Harbor grows quiet once more. The smoke has faded. The sea reflects the moonlight. Nature continues its timeless cycle. Yet the events of one December morning have changed the course of history. The United States has entered the war. The conflict has become global. From this point forward, nearly every ocean and every continent will feel the effects of the Second World War. And so our 9th chapter gently comes to a peaceful close. In the next chapter, we will remain upon the vast Pacific Ocean as we explore the Pacific Ocean battles, where aircraft carriers, island campaigns, and naval strategy reshape warfare across the world's largest sea. The evening settles gently over the Pacific Ocean. The horizon stretches endlessly in every direction, where the deep blue sea meets a sky painted with soft shades of orange and violet. Gentle waves roll beneath quiet ships, while seabirds glide effortlessly through the warm tropical air. Thousands of islands lie scattered across this immense ocean, each surrounded by coral reefs, white sandy beaches, and lush green forests. It is difficult to imagine that this peaceful ocean would become the setting for some of the most remarkable naval battles in history. As you settle comfortably and continue this quiet journey through the past, picture yourself standing aboard a peaceful ship during the early months of 1942. The world has changed dramatically since the attack on Pearl Harbor. The United States has entered the war. Japan has expanded rapidly across much of the Pacific and Southeast Asia. Its forces now control many islands, ports, and important shipping routes. For a time, the Japanese advance appears unstoppable. Yet the balance of the war is slowly beginning to change. Unlike the battlefields of Europe, where armies march across roads and railways, the Pacific is an endless expanse of water. Distances are measured not in miles, but in thousands of miles. An island that appears tiny on a world map may become the key to controlling an entire region. Fresh water, airfields, harbors, fuel depots. Each small island carries enormous strategic importance. Here, aircraft carriers become the most powerful ships on the sea. In earlier generations, battleships had ruled the oceans. Their enormous guns could fire shells across great distances. But during the Second World War, aircraft carriers transformed naval warfare. Instead of attacking with large cannons, they launched squadrons of aircraft capable of striking targets hundreds of miles away. Often, opposing fleets never saw one another directly. Pilots became the true eyes of the fleet. Each morning, reconnaissance aircraft lifted into the sky. Their mission was simple in theory, yet difficult in practice. Find the enemy. Across the vast Pacific, locating another fleet was like searching for a single moving village upon an endless blue desert. Clouds, storms, and changing weather often hid entire groups of ships. Patience became one of the greatest weapons. The first major turning point came in May 1942 during the Battle of the Coral Sea. Located northeast of Australia, the Coral Sea became the site of an entirely new kind of naval battle. For the first time in history, opposing fleets fought one another almost entirely through aircraft launched from carriers. The ships themselves remained far apart. Pilots flew long distances over open ocean before finding their targets. Bombers descended toward enemy vessels. Fighter aircraft protected the attacking formations. Below them, sailors watched the sky, hoping their ships would remain safe. Although both sides suffered losses, the battle slowed Japan's southward expansion. Australia became less vulnerable to immediate invasion. Only 1 month later came an even more decisive encounter. The Battle of Midway. Today, Midway Atoll appears as a tiny collection of islands surrounded by endless ocean. Yet in June 1942, it became one of the most important places on Earth. American codebreakers had successfully gathered intelligence that allowed commanders to anticipate Japan's plans. As a result, American aircraft carriers quietly moved into position before the Japanese fleet arrived. On the morning of June 4th, aircraft filled the skies above the Pacific. Pilots searched across enormous distances. Some flew for hours without seeing another ship. Others suddenly found themselves diving toward enemy carriers through clouds of anti-aircraft fire. Within only a few remarkable hours, several Japanese aircraft carriers suffered devastating damage. The battle proved to be a major turning point. Japan lost experienced pilots and valuable carriers that could not easily be replaced. The United States, meanwhile, continued expanding its industrial production. New ships, new aircraft, new equipment. Every month, more resources crossed the Pacific. Yet the war remained far from over. The next great struggle centered upon an island few people had heard of before the war. Guadalcanal, located in the Solomon Islands. In August 1942, Allied forces landed there to prevent the construction of a Japanese airfield that could threaten shipping routes. What followed became a months-long campaign fought on land, at sea, and in the air. Dense tropical jungles covered much of the island. Towering palm trees shaded muddy trails. Heavy rainstorms arrived suddenly. Heat and humidity tested every soldier. Mosquitoes became constant companions. Rivers overflowed after tropical downpours. Nature itself became an ever-present challenge. The campaign demonstrated that victory depended upon endurance as much as strategy. Both sides faced shortages of food and supplies. Medical teams treated not only battle injuries but also tropical diseases. Engineers repaired airfields beneath difficult conditions. Pilots flew missions from rough runways carved from jungle clearings. Sailors crossed dangerous waters each night, delivering supplies under the cover of darkness. As the months passed, Allied forces gradually secured the island. The campaign marked another important step in slowing Japan's expansion. By 1943, Allied commanders adopted a strategy known as island hopping. Rather than attacking every Japanese-held island, they selected strategically important locations while bypassing others. This approach allowed resources to be concentrated where they would have the greatest effect. New airfields were constructed. Harbors were expanded. Each successful operation brought Allied forces closer to Japan. Throughout these campaigns, cooperation between nations remained essential. American, Australian, New Zealand, British, Dutch, Filipino, and many other Allied personnel worked together across the Pacific. Sailors navigated enormous oceans. Pilots crossed skies that seemed without end. Engineers built roads and airstrips from coral and volcanic rock. Doctors and nurses cared for the wounded under difficult conditions. Behind every famous battle stood countless ordinary individuals performing extraordinary work. Life aboard ships required patience and discipline. Weeks sometimes passed without sight of land. Crew members maintained engines, prepared meals, repaired equipment, stood watch beneath brilliant night skies filled with unfamiliar constellations. Letters from home became treasured possessions. Simple moments, a sunrise, a quiet conversation, or the sight of dolphins swimming beside the ship, offered welcome reminders of peace amid uncertainty. Nature remained magnificent throughout the Pacific. Brilliant coral reefs shimmered beneath clear water. Sea turtles drifted gracefully through gentle currents. Flying fish skimmed across the waves. Tropical birds nested upon remote islands. Even during wartime, the ocean preserved its timeless beauty. By the end of 1943, the momentum of the Pacific War had begun shifting steadily toward the Allies. Japan continued resisting with determination, yet increasing industrial production and coordinated strategy gradually strengthened the Allied position. The conflict, however, was still far from finished. Many difficult campaigns remained ahead. As evening falls once again across the Pacific, the waves return to their gentle rhythm. The stars reflect upon the calm ocean. A light breeze moves through the palms of distant islands. The aircraft have landed. The ships rest quietly at anchor. For a brief moment, the sea remembers only peace. And so our 10th chapter gently comes to its close. In the next chapter, we will return to the vast Eastern Front, where the city of Stalingrad becomes the setting for one of the most decisive and hard-fought battles of the Second World War. A turning point that would reshape the course of history. The evening settles quietly over the wide plains of southern Russia. The mighty Volga River flows gently beneath a sky painted with soft shades of amber and violet. Tall grasses sway in the cool breeze, and distant church bells echo faintly from peaceful villages along the riverbanks. Above, countless stars slowly appear, just as they have for thousands of years. It is a landscape of remarkable beauty. Yet in the summer of 1942, this peaceful region would become the setting for one of the most significant battles in modern history. As you settle comfortably and continue this bedtime journey through the Second World War, imagine yourself standing beside the Volga before the fighting began. Boats move quietly across the river. Workers leave factories at the end of the day. Children laugh in nearby streets. Smoke rises gently from chimneys. Life continues with its familiar rhythm. The city before us is Stalingrad, known today as Volgograd. Stretching for many miles along the western bank of the Volga, It is one of the Soviet Union's major industrial centers. Factories here produce tractors, machinery, and equipment essential to the nation's economy. The river itself serves as a vital transportation route, connecting northern and southern regions of the Soviet Union. To military planners, the city holds great strategic importance. To the families who live there, it is simply home. By the summer of 1942, Germany has been fighting on the Eastern Front for more than a year. Operation Barbarossa has brought enormous gains, but the quick victory many expected has not arrived. German commanders now develop a new strategy. Rather than advancing directly toward Moscow once again, they turn their attention south. Their objectives include the rich oil fields of the Caucasus and the important transportation routes along the Volga. Capturing Stalingrad would help protect the northern flank of that advance while disrupting Soviet supply lines. As July draws to a close, German forces move steadily toward the city. Columns of tanks cross the open steppe. Motorized infantry advances along dusty roads. Aircraft fly overhead beneath bright summer skies. The landscape appears endless. Wide fields stretch beyond the horizon. The heat of the southern plains fills the afternoon air. For weeks, the German advance continues. Then, in late August 1942, the battle reaches the outskirts of Stalingrad. The Luftwaffe begins heavy bombing raids. Large sections of the city are damaged. Buildings collapse. Factories fall silent. Smoke rises above the skyline. Yet amid the destruction, many stone structures remain standing. Their broken walls will soon become unexpected defensive positions. The battle that follows differs greatly from earlier campaigns. Instead of sweeping armored advances across open countryside, much of the fighting takes place street by street, building by building, room by room, factories, warehouses, apartment blocks, railway stations. Every structure becomes important. Military historians later describe this type of combat as urban warfare, one of the most difficult forms of fighting. Inside the city, Soviet defenders organized determined resistance. Soldiers, engineers, medical workers, and civilian volunteers all contribute to the defense. Across the Volga, boats continue carrying reinforcements and supplies despite constant danger. Often these crossings take place under the cover of darkness. The river becomes both a lifeline and a symbol of perseverance. One famous location becomes known simply as Pavlov's house. A single apartment building is defended for weeks against repeated attacks. Though modest in appearance, it comes to represent the determination of those holding the city. Nearby, the Great Red October Steel Factory, the Barricade Factory, and the Tractor Factory become battlefields themselves. Machines that once produced tractors and steel now stand silent amid shattered walls. Smoke drifts through broken windows. Brick dust fills the air. The factories become symbols of endurance. Throughout the autumn, the struggle continues. Advances are measured not in miles, but in meters. A staircase, a hallway, a single room. Positions change hands repeatedly. The cost of every movement becomes extraordinarily high. Yet even amid such hardship, moments of humanity remain. Medical workers care for the wounded regardless of exhaustion. Engineers repair damaged crossings whenever possible. Civilians shelter together beneath damaged buildings. Neighbors share food. Parents comfort frightened children. History remembers great battles, but it also remembers countless quiet acts of compassion. As October gives way to November, another familiar visitor arrives. Winter. Cold winds sweep across the steppe. The first snow begins falling upon ruined streets. Ice forms along the riverbanks. The days grow shorter. For everyone involved, the weather becomes another powerful challenge. Then, on November 19, 1942, the course of the battle changes dramatically. The Soviet Union launches Operation Uranus. Rather than attacking the strongest German positions inside the city, Soviet commanders strike the weaker Romanian and Hungarian forces guarding the flanks. Massive artillery bombardments begin before sunrise. Thousands of Soviet soldiers advance across the snow-covered plains. Armored units move quickly through the breakthrough. Within only a few days, Soviet forces meet west of Stalingrad, surrounding the German Sixth Army. The encirclement is complete. Suddenly, the attackers have become surrounded. Inside the pocket, supplies become increasingly limited. Food grows scarce. Fuel runs low. Medical supplies become difficult to obtain. Winter conditions become more severe with each passing week. Attempts to supply the encircled forces by air prove insufficient. The distances are too great, the weather too unpredictable, the needs too immense. Outside the city, Soviet forces continue tightening the encirclement. Inside, conditions steadily worsen. Yet throughout these difficult months, individual stories of courage continue unfolding. Doctors continue treating patients despite shortages. Radio operators maintain communication whenever possible. Engineers repair damaged equipment. Cooks prepare simple meals from whatever supplies remain. Ordinary people continue performing extraordinary tasks. By January 1943, the situation has become unsustainable. After months of continuous fighting, the German Sixth Army can no longer continue organized resistance. On February 2, 1943, the Battle of Stalingrad officially comes to an end. The battle has lasted more than 5 months. The scale is immense. Millions of soldiers and civilians have been affected. Large sections of the city have been devastated. The human cost is among the highest of any single battle in history. For military historians, Stalingrad marks one of the decisive turning points of the Second World War. From this point onward, the strategic initiative on the Eastern Front increasingly shifts toward the Soviet Union. German forces will continue fighting for more than 2 years, but they will never again regain the same momentum achieved during the early stages of Operation Barbarossa. For the Soviet people, the defense of Stalingrad becomes a symbol of endurance and resilience. For the wider Allied coalition, it brings renewed hope that the war can eventually be won. As evening quietly returns to the banks of the Volga, the smoke slowly clears. Snow settles gently upon silent streets. The river flows peacefully beneath the winter sky. Nature begins its quiet work of healing. The stars shine once more above the city. They witnessed the battle's beginning. They witnessed its end. and now they shine over a place forever remembered in history. Our 11th chapter gently comes to its close. In the next chapter, we will step away from the front lines to explore another side of the war: science, industry, and everyday life, where factories, codebreakers, inventors, nurses, farmers, and millions of ordinary citizens helped shape the outcome of the conflict far beyond the battlefield. The evening is quiet. Across the world, the sounds of factories slowly fade as workers return home. The last rays of the setting sun reflect from rivers, railway tracks, and peaceful city streets. In the countryside, farmers gather the day's harvest while children play beneath golden skies. Somewhere, a train whistles softly as it disappears into the distance. For a brief moment, everything feels wonderfully ordinary. Yet behind these familiar scenes, millions of people are contributing to one of the largest collective efforts in human history. As you settle comfortably and continue this bedtime journey through the Second World War, let us step away from the battlefields for a while. Tonight, there are no great offensives, no advancing armies, no dramatic naval battles. Instead, we explore another side of the war: the quiet work of ordinary people. For every soldier standing on the front lines, countless others worked far behind them. Factory workers, engineers, scientists, doctors, farmers, teachers, railway operators, shipbuilders, mechanics, nurses. Their contributions rarely appeared on maps of famous battles, yet without them no army could continue for long. Across Britain, Germany, the Soviet Union, the United States, Japan, and many other countries, factories operated day and night. The sound of machines became part of everyday life. Steel was shaped into tanks. Aluminum became aircraft. Wood became crates. Rubber became tires. Copper became electrical wiring. Thousands of separate parts came together to build a single vehicle or airplane. Entire cities became centers of production. In the United States, automobile factories that had once produced family cars were transformed into military production lines. Workers who had previously built trucks and automobiles now assembled bombers, tanks, and transport vehicles. Shipyards along both the Atlantic and Pacific coasts expanded rapidly. Large cargo ships known as Liberty ships were constructed with remarkable speed. Some could be completed in only a few weeks. These vessels carried food, fuel, vehicles, medical supplies, and equipment across dangerous oceans. Without them, distant battlefronts could not have been supplied. Across the Soviet Union, factories that had been relocated east of the Ural Mountains during Operation Barbarossa continued producing enormous quantities of military equipment. Workers often labored long hours under difficult conditions. Entire communities grew around newly constructed industrial centers. Despite hardships, production continued increasing. Meanwhile, in Britain, aircraft factories became symbols of determination. Even after air raids, damaged workshops were repaired. Production resumed. Engineers constantly searched for ways to improve aircraft performance. The famous Spitfire and Hurricane fighters were joined by larger bombers and transport aircraft. Each represented the work of thousands of skilled hands. In Germany, industrial production also expanded. Large factories manufactured aircraft, submarines, tanks, and artillery. As the war continued, maintaining production became increasingly difficult due to shortages of raw materials, fuel, and the growing effects of Allied bombing campaigns. Yet engineers and workers continued adapting to changing circumstances. Far away in Japan, shipyards and aircraft factories likewise worked continuously. The nation's industries supported naval operations across the Pacific while facing increasing pressure as the conflict expanded. Behind every aircraft stood designers carefully studying blueprints. Behind every ship stood welders joining steel plates together. Behind every engine stood machinists measuring components with extraordinary precision. War depended not only upon bravery, but also upon craftsmanship. Science also played an important role during these years. One remarkable achievement involved the field of radar. Using radio waves, radar systems allowed operators to detect approaching aircraft and ships long before they became visible. During the Battle of Britain, radar provided valuable early warning that helped fighter pilots prepare for incoming attacks. Throughout the remainder of the war, radar technology continued improving. It became one of the most important defensive tools of the conflict. Another quiet battle took place inside rooms filled not with soldiers, but with mathematicians, linguists, and engineers. At Bletchley Park in Britain, teams worked tirelessly to decipher encrypted German communications. Using early computing machines and brilliant analytical thinking, codebreakers helped reveal important military information. Their work remained highly secret throughout the war. Many of those involved received little public recognition until decades later. Elsewhere, advances in medicine saved countless lives. Doctors developed improved surgical techniques. Blood transfusions became more widely organized. Antibiotics, especially penicillin, began reaching larger numbers of wounded patients. Although penicillin had been discovered before the war, wartime production expanded dramatically. Many infections that had once proved fatal could now be treated more successfully. Medical workers served wherever they were needed: hospitals, field stations, hospital ships, temporary clinics. Their work required remarkable skill and compassion. Nurses became symbols of quiet courage. They cared for patients through long days and sleepless nights. Often working under difficult conditions, they brought comfort as well as medical care. For countless families, their kindness became unforgettable. Back home, everyday life also changed. Many countries introduced rationing. Food, sugar, butter, meat, tea, coffee, fuel, clothing. Each family received ration books allowing fair distribution of limited supplies. Although shortages were common, communities adapted with creativity. People planted victory gardens. Unused parks and empty lots became vegetable gardens. Families learned new recipes using simple ingredients. Nothing was wasted if it could be repaired or reused. Children collected scrap metal. Neighbors exchanged practical skills. Communities supported one another. Women played an increasingly important role throughout wartime industries. Many entered factories, shipyards, engineering workshops, transportation services, hospitals, farms, and government offices. They operated heavy machinery, inspected aircraft, built ships, maintained railway systems. Their contributions transformed both wartime production and future opportunities in many societies. Children also experienced wartime in different ways. Some were evacuated from cities vulnerable to bombing. Others attended schools with blackout curtains covering classroom windows. Families learned to respond calmly whenever air raid sirens sounded. Despite uncertainty, children continued learning, playing games, reading books, and imagining brighter futures. Music remained important as well. Concerts continued whenever possible. Radio programs brought news, entertainment, and familiar voices into millions of homes. Books were read. Letters traveled across oceans. Simple conversations around dinner tables reminded people that ordinary life still mattered. Hope often lived in small moments. A letter arriving safely, a loaf of fresh bread, a blooming flower beside a railway station, a family reunited after months apart. These quiet joys helped many people endure difficult times. As the war continued, technology advanced rapidly. Aircraft flew higher and faster. Ships became more capable. Communication improved. Engineering solutions appeared almost daily. Yet every invention reflected the work of ordinary individuals quietly applying knowledge and determination. History often remembers famous generals and political leaders, but history is also written by anonymous factory workers tightening bolts, railway engineers guiding freight trains through the night, farmers harvesting grain beneath summer skies, teachers helping children continue their education, doctors refusing to give up on wounded patients. Every one of them became part of the larger story. As evening deepens once again, factory whistles grow silent. The machines stop turning. Workers walk home beneath peaceful stars. The rivers continue flowing. Fields rest beneath gentle moonlight. For one quiet night, the world seems almost unchanged. Yet hidden within workshops, laboratories, hospitals, and homes, millions of ordinary people have quietly helped shape the future. And so, our 12th chapter comes gently to its close. In the next chapter, we will explore resistance across Europe, where courageous men and women, often working in complete secrecy, formed underground networks that carried messages, protected lives, gathered intelligence, and reminded occupied nations that hope could survive even in the darkest of times. The evening settles quietly across the hills, forests, and villages of Europe. A gentle breeze moves through ancient oak trees. Narrow cobblestone streets grow peaceful beneath the warm glow of lanterns, while church bells echo softly across quiet valleys. Rivers wind silently through old cities, reflecting countless stars above. To anyone passing through, Europe appears calm once more. Yet beneath this peaceful night, another story quietly unfolds. Not one of large armies marching across open fields. Not one of tanks or battleships, but a story of ordinary people who chose extraordinary courage. As you settle comfortably and continue this bedtime journey through the Second World War, let your imagination wander through occupied Europe during the early 1940s. Across much of the continent, daily life had changed dramatically. Many nations now lived under military occupation. Governments had been replaced or relocated. New rules shaped everyday routines. Travel became restricted. Curfews were introduced in many places. Food and fuel were often limited. Despite these hardships, millions of people continued caring for their families, working, studying, farming, and hoping for peace. Yet among them were individuals who quietly chose another path. Together, they became known as the Resistance. The Resistance was not a single organization. Instead, it consisted of many separate groups operating across different countries. Each had its own goals, methods, and local circumstances. Some gathered intelligence. Others distributed underground newspapers. Some helped people escape occupied territories. Others carried messages between Allied forces and local communities. Many ordinary citizens contributed in ways both large and small. A railway worker might quietly delay a military train. A teacher might hide forbidden books. A doctor might care for someone in secret. A farmer might offer food to travelers passing through the countryside. Each small act required courage. In France, resistance networks gradually expanded after the country's occupation in 1940. At first, many groups worked independently. Some secretly printed newspapers that shared and censored information. Others gathered military intelligence and passed it to Allied governments. Radio operators carefully transmitted coded messages. Messengers traveled by bicycle across quiet country roads. Hidden printing presses operated inside ordinary homes, workshops, and basements. Every mission carried risk. Yet the work continued. As the years passed, many of these separate organizations began cooperating more closely. Their combined efforts became increasingly important as Allied forces prepared to return to Western Europe. Farther north, in the Netherlands, countless families quietly assisted people seeking safety. Hidden rooms were built inside houses. False documents were created. Secret routes guided individuals from one safe location to another. Church communities, students, doctors, and neighbors often worked together without expecting recognition. Simple acts of kindness became remarkable expressions of humanity. In Belgium, resistance members gathered information about railway movements, military supplies, and communication networks. Some carefully observed troop movements from ordinary street corners. Others repaired hidden radio equipment. Every detail collected might one day help military planners far away. Across Norway, teachers, fishermen, students, and local citizens found different ways to oppose occupation. Along the rugged coastline, fishing boats sometimes carried passengers across dangerous waters toward neutral Sweden or Britain. The familiar sea, which had long supported local communities, now also became a pathway to freedom for many. In Poland, underground organizations developed one of the largest and most organized resistance movements in occupied Europe. Schools continued teaching secretly after normal education was heavily restricted. Libraries preserved important books. Artists continued creating music and literature in private gatherings. Communities worked hard to protect their culture and identity despite immense challenges. Meanwhile, the Polish Home Army, known as the Armia Krajowa, gathered intelligence, carried out carefully planned operations, and prepared for the day when liberation might come. In the forests of Yugoslavia, Greece, and parts of Eastern Europe, resistance often took a different form. Mountain ranges and dense forests provided natural shelter. Small groups operated from hidden camps far from major cities. Knowledge of local landscapes became an important advantage. Guides led travelers along narrow woodland paths. Villagers quietly shared food whenever possible. Nature itself offered protection. Forests, mountains, rivers, hidden valleys, all became silent partners in the struggle. One remarkable feature of resistance movements was the important role played by women. Many served as couriers, carrying messages that appeared perfectly ordinary. Some worked as radio operators. Others forged identification papers or organized safe houses. Nurses cared for wounded individuals in hidden locations. Teachers continued educating children. Countless women demonstrated extraordinary courage while often receiving little recognition during the war itself. Young people also played significant roles. Students distributed underground newspapers. Scouts delivered messages. Teenagers guided travelers through unfamiliar streets. Their age sometimes allowed them to move with less suspicion, though the risks remained very real. Throughout occupied Europe, information became one of the most valuable resources. A single radio broadcast, a carefully delivered letter, a map hidden inside a loaf of bread, a coded phrase spoken during an ordinary conversation. Simple pieces of information could travel remarkable distances. Radio operators often worked only a few minutes at a time before changing locations. Remaining in one place for too long increased the danger of being discovered. Patience, careful planning, trust. These qualities became essential. Some of the most valuable contributions involved intelligence gathering. Resistance members observed railway schedules, counted military vehicles, reported the locations of bridges, factories, and airfields. This information helped Allied planners prepare future operations, including the invasion of Normandy in 1944. The work required quiet observation rather than dramatic action. Sometimes the greatest success was simply remaining unnoticed. The natural beauty of Europe remained unchanged despite the conflict. The forests continued growing. Spring flowers returned each year. Snow-covered mountain peaks each winter. Birds crossed borders without knowing they existed. Rivers flowed steadily toward the sea. Nature reminded people that even difficult times would eventually pass. Throughout these years, hope often survived in unexpected places. A hidden radio broadcast bringing news from abroad. A letter delivered safely. A family reunited after months apart. A secret concert held in a private home. A book quietly passed from one reader to another. These simple moments gave many people strength. As the war gradually turned in favor of the Allies, resistance movements increased their activities. Railway lines were disrupted. Communication systems were interrupted. Guides helped Allied airmen who had parachuted into occupied territory. When liberation finally began reaching different regions of Europe, Many resistance members emerged from years of secrecy to assist advancing Allied forces and local authorities. Today, historians continue studying these remarkable networks. Their stories remind us that courage takes many forms. It is not always found on battlefields. Sometimes it is found in a quiet classroom, a hidden basement, a mountain trail, a bicycle carrying an important message through the morning mist. History remembers famous leaders and great battles, but it also remembers ordinary people who quietly chose compassion, determination, and hope when circumstances became extraordinarily difficult. As night settles once more across Europe, lanterns glow softly in peaceful villages. The forests whisper gently beneath the stars. Church bells ring across quiet valleys. The hidden messages have been delivered. The radios fall silent. The bicycles rest beside old stone walls. For tonight, Europe is peaceful once again. And so our 13th chapter gently comes to its close. In the next chapter, we will journey across the English Channel to one of the most significant days of the Second World War, D-Day. The Normandy landings, where thousands of ships, aircraft, and soldiers came together in a carefully planned operation that would begin the liberation of Western Europe. The evening settles peacefully along the northern coast of France. Gentle waves roll across the English Channel, washing softly against long sandy beaches beneath a sky filled with fading shades of gold and lavender. Seagulls glide effortlessly above the shoreline, while the cool sea breeze carries the familiar scent of salt and wild grass. Inland, quiet villages rest among green fields bordered by ancient hedgerows, their stone churches standing peacefully beneath the first stars of the night. Looking upon this calm coastline today, it is difficult to imagine that it once became the stage for one of the largest and most carefully planned military operations in history. As you settle comfortably and continue this bedtime journey through the Second World War, let your imagination travel back to the spring of 1944. For nearly 4 years, much of Western Europe has remained under German occupation. Across Britain, however, preparations have quietly continued. Thousands of soldiers have arrived from many Allied nations. Ships fill harbors along England's southern coast. Airfields remain busy from dawn until dusk. Railway stations carry endless supplies toward staging areas. Yet despite all this activity, one remarkable secret must be protected: the location of the coming invasion. Months before the operation begins, Allied planners organize one of history's greatest military deceptions. Through carefully designed plans known collectively as Operation Bodyguard, false information is spread to convince German commanders that the main invasion will take place farther east, near Pas-de-Calais, where the English Channel is narrowest. Inflatable tanks appear in open fields. Wooden aircraft are placed upon fake airfields. Radio operators transmit convincing, but entirely fictional military communications. Even false headquarters are created. The purpose is simple: to encourage German commanders to expect the attack somewhere other than Normandy. Meanwhile, the real preparations continue quietly. The overall commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force is General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Working alongside him are experienced military leaders from many nations: British, American, Canadian, Free French, Polish, Norwegian, Dutch, Belgian, Czechoslovak, and many others. The coming operation reflects remarkable international cooperation. Thousands of ships gather in ports across southern England. Battleships, destroyers, landing craft, hospital ships, cargo vessels, fishing boats assisting local operations. Never before has such a large fleet assembled for a single military purpose. Aircraft also prepare. Transport planes, gliders, fighter escorts, bombers, reconnaissance aircraft. Every mission has been carefully planned. Yet one factor remains beyond human control: the weather. Early June brings rough seas and heavy clouds across the English Channel. Strong winds threaten the success of the operation. Meteorologists study every available weather report. Finally, they identify a brief improvement expected on June 6, 1944. The decision is made. The invasion will proceed. During the evening of June 5, soldiers quietly board landing craft. Many write final letters home. Some sit silently, looking across the dark water toward France. Others quietly share conversations with friends. No one knows exactly what the coming day will bring. As midnight passes, the great fleet begins crossing the English Channel. Above them, transport aircraft carry thousands of airborne troops. Paratroopers prepare to jump into the darkness behind enemy lines. Their mission is to capture bridges, secure important roads, and delay German reinforcements before the main landings begin. The night sky fills with hundreds of aircraft moving steadily toward France. Just before dawn, the first paratroopers descend beneath white parachutes. Some land exactly where planned. Others drift into unfamiliar fields and forests due to darkness, clouds, and strong winds. Despite the confusion, many quickly regroup. Small units begin carrying out their objectives. Bridges are secured. Roads are blocked. Important crossroads come under Allied control. Meanwhile, the Great Fleet continues approaching the French coast. As the first light of morning appears, the beaches of Normandy slowly emerge from the mist. The Allied landings take place across 5 beaches, each assigned a code name: Utah Beach, Omaha Beach, Gold Beach, Juno Beach, Sword Beach. American forces land at Utah and Omaha. British forces land at Gold and Sword. Canadian forces land at Juno. Together, they represent one of the largest multinational operations ever undertaken. Before the first landing craft reach shore, Allied naval vessels begin bombardments against German defensive positions. Aircraft fly overhead. Engineers prepare to clear obstacles placed along the beaches. The sea, usually so peaceful, fills with hundreds of vessels moving toward land. As the landing craft reach the shoreline, soldiers step into shallow water and begin moving inland. At several beaches, the landings proceed relatively successfully despite determined resistance. At Omaha Beach, however, the situation becomes especially difficult. Steep cliffs overlook the shoreline. German defensive positions command much of the beach below. Many landing craft encounter heavy fire. Engineers work courageously to clear obstacles. Medical teams assist the wounded. officers reorganize scattered units. Gradually, through determination and coordination, Allied forces establish footholds along the coast. Throughout the day, additional troops, vehicles, and supplies continue arriving. Bulldozers clear paths across the sand. Engineers repair damaged roads. Temporary medical stations begin operating. Communication lines are established. Each successful landing strengthens the growing Allied presence. One remarkable engineering achievement follows soon afterward. To supply the advancing armies, Allied engineers construct temporary floating harbors known as mulberry harbors. Large concrete structures are towed across the channel and assembled off the Normandy coast. These artificial ports allow ships to unload vehicles, fuel, food, and equipment even where permanent harbors are unavailable. Nearby, an undersea fuel pipeline called Operation Pluto, Pipeline Under the Ocean, is later developed to transport fuel from Britain to continental Europe. Innovation proves just as important as courage. Across Normandy, local French civilians experience mixed emotions. For years they have lived under occupation. Now fighting reaches their towns and villages. Many families shelter inside homes or churches. Others cautiously welcome the arrival of Allied soldiers. The liberation of Western Europe has begun, though many difficult weeks still lie ahead. The countryside itself becomes another challenge. Normandy's famous bocage landscape consists of small fields divided by thick hedgerows and narrow sunken lanes. These ancient hedges create natural barriers that slow military movement. Progress becomes careful and methodical. Every field presents new challenges. Every village requires patience. As June turns into July, Allied forces gradually expand their positions. More troops arrive daily. Harbors grow busier. Airfields begin operating from newly liberated territory. The beaches that witnessed such intense activity slowly transform into centers of supply and transportation. Looking back today, historians recognize D-Day as one of the decisive moments of the Second World War. It did not end the conflict immediately. Many months of difficult fighting still remained. But the Normandy landings established the long-awaited Western Front that would eventually lead to the liberation of France and the advance into Germany. The operation also demonstrated extraordinary international cooperation. Soldiers from many nations, sailors crossing dangerous waters, pilots flying countless missions, engineers solving complex problems, doctors caring for the wounded, local civilians enduring immense hardship. Each contributed to a shared effort that changed the course of history. As evening once again settles over the beaches of Normandy, the sea grows calm. The landing craft have returned. The waves gently wash away footprints left upon the sand. Wildflowers continue blooming along the cliffs. Seabirds circle above the peaceful coastline. Nature quietly begins its work of healing. The stars appear one by one above the English Channel, just as they have for countless generations. Tonight, the beaches rest beneath their gentle light. And so our 14th chapter comes peacefully to its close. In the next chapter, we will journey farther across Europe to witness the liberation of Paris and the road into Germany, where the Allies continue their advance, occupied cities regain their freedom, and the final chapters of the war in Europe begin to unfold. The evening settles gently across the heart of Europe. Spring has returned once more. Fresh green leaves cover ancient forests, wildflowers bloom across quiet meadows, and rivers flow peacefully beneath bridges that have stood for centuries. The cool breeze carries the scent of damp earth after a light rain, while church bells echo softly across villages slowly awakening from a long and difficult winter. For the first time in many years, there is a growing sense that peace may finally be drawing near. As you settle comfortably and continue this bedtime journey through the history of the Second World War, let your imagination drift to the early months of 1945. The conflict has now lasted almost 6 years. Entire generations have lived through uncertainty. Children have grown older during wartime. Cities have changed. Families have waited patiently for loved ones to return home. Across Europe, many people quietly wonder the same question. How much longer will the war continue? By this stage, the situation facing Germany has changed dramatically. From the West, Allied armies continue advancing after the success of the Normandy landings. France has largely been liberated. Belgium and Luxembourg have been freed. The Netherlands is gradually being liberated as well, although fierce fighting continues in some regions. From the east, the Soviet army advances steadily across Poland and toward Germany itself. For the first time since the war began, Germany faces powerful armies approaching from both directions. The map of Europe is changing almost every week. During the winter of 1944 to 1945, Germany launches one final major offensive in the West. It becomes known as the Battle of the Bulge. Taking place in the snowy forests of the Ardennes, the operation is intended to divide the Allied armies and capture the important port of Antwerp. At first, the surprise attack creates a temporary bulge in the Allied front line, giving the battle its famous name. Snow blankets the forests. Fog limits visibility. Roads become crowded with soldiers, vehicles, and supply convoys. Despite the difficult conditions, Allied forces gradually reorganize. Reinforcements arrive. Weather conditions improve. Aircraft once again support ground operations. By January 1945, the offensive has ended. Germany has used many of its remaining reserves. After the Battle of the Bulge, the Allies resumed their advance toward the Rhine River. The Rhine has long been one of Europe's great waterways. For centuries, it has connected cities, cultures, and trade across the continent. Now it becomes one of the final natural barriers protecting Germany. In March 1945, Allied forces achieve an unexpected success. The Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen is captured before it can be destroyed. Engineers work quickly to strengthen the damaged structure. Thousands of soldiers, vehicles, and supplies cross into eastern Germany. Other crossings soon follow as additional bridges are constructed across the river. The journey into Germany has begun. Farther east, the Soviet Union continues advancing through Eastern Europe. Cities that had endured years of occupation are gradually liberated. Railways begin operating once more. Schools reopen where possible. Families cautiously return to neighborhoods that have changed greatly during the conflict. Many towns have suffered severe damage. Bridges require rebuilding. Roads must be repaired. Hospitals work tirelessly to care for civilians and soldiers alike. Throughout these final months, millions of ordinary people continue performing remarkable acts of service. Doctors treat the injured. Railway workers restore transportation. Engineers rebuild water systems. Farmers prepare spring fields despite enormous challenges. Teachers welcome children back into classrooms whenever conditions allow. The work of rebuilding has already begun, even before the fighting is over. As April arrives, Allied forces from east and west move steadily closer together. German cities experience increasing shortages of fuel, transportation, and communication. Military leaders recognize that the strategic situation has become increasingly difficult. Yet fighting continues in many areas. Each day brings new challenges for soldiers and civilians alike. Attention gradually turns toward Berlin, the capital of Germany. Located on broad plains crossed by rivers and canals, Berlin has long been one of Europe's largest cities. Before the war, its streets had been filled with theaters, universities, museums, cafes, and busy railway stations. Now much of the city bears the marks of years of conflict. In late April 1945, Soviet forces enter Berlin after surrounding much of the city. Street-by-street fighting takes place as the final military operations unfold. Civilians shelter wherever they can. Medical workers continue assisting the injured. Firefighters struggle to contain damage whenever possible. The battle lasts for several difficult days. On April 30th, 1945, Adolf Hitler dies in Berlin. Leadership of what remains of the German government passes to other officials. The military situation, however, has become impossible to reverse. Across Europe, German commanders begin arranging local surrenders to prevent further unnecessary loss of life. Finally, on May 7, 1945, representatives of the German High Command sign an unconditional surrender at Allied headquarters in Reims, France. The surrender takes effect on May 8, 1945. This day becomes known as Victory in Europe Day, or simply VE Day. Across Britain, France, the United States, Canada, and many other Allied nations, church bells ring joyfully. People gather in public squares. Flags appear from windows. Music fills city streets. Families embrace after years of uncertainty. Many simply stand quietly, reflecting upon everything that has happened. In London, enormous crowds gather near Buckingham Palace. In Paris, people fill the boulevards. In villages across Europe, church bells that had remained silent during difficult years ring freely once again. Yet, alongside celebration comes reflection. Nearly every family has experienced loss in some way. Many homes remain empty. Entire communities begin the long process of healing. The war in Europe has ended, but the work of rebuilding peace is only beginning. Meanwhile, one important fact remains. Although Germany has surrendered, the Second World War is not yet over. Across the Pacific Ocean, fighting between the Allies and Japan continues. Many difficult months still lie ahead before the global conflict finally reaches its conclusion. Looking back today, historians recognize the defeat of Nazi Germany as one of the defining moments of the 20th century. It marked the end of the war in Europe and opened the way for reconstruction, reconciliation, and the creation of new international efforts aimed at preventing future global conflicts. As evening quietly returns across Europe, the rivers continue flowing beneath ancient bridges. Spring flowers bloom once again in fields that had witnessed years of hardship. Children's laughter slowly returns to peaceful village streets. The stars shine gently above a continent beginning to heal. The long night is ending. A new dawn is approaching. And so, our 15th chapter comes peacefully to its close. In the next chapter, we will journey across the Pacific for the final stage of the global conflict, exploring the atomic bombs and Japan's surrender, the events that brought the Second World War to its ultimate conclusion and ushered the world into a new and uncertain era. The evening settles gently across the vast Pacific Ocean. The sea stretches endlessly beneath a sky glowing with soft shades of gold, lavender, and deep blue. Gentle waves roll toward quiet islands where palm trees sway in the warm breeze. Coral reefs shimmer beneath crystal-clear water, while seabirds circle above cliffs untouched by time. The Pacific seems peaceful once again. Yet during the final months of the Second World War, these beautiful waters witnessed some of the conflict's most difficult and decisive battles. As you settle comfortably and continue this bedtime journey through history, let your thoughts drift to the beginning of 1945. In Europe, the war is nearing its conclusion, but across the Pacific, the fighting continues. For more than 3 years, Allied forces have slowly advanced from island to island, moving ever closer to Japan. Each newly secured island has become another stepping stone across the enormous ocean. The strategy of island hopping has gradually reduced Japan's defensive perimeter while allowing the Allies to establish new airfields, harbors, and supply bases. Now, only a few major obstacles remain. Far ahead lies the Japanese home islands. Military leaders on both sides understand that the coming battles may be among the most difficult of the entire war. The first major campaign begins on the small volcanic island of Iwo Jima. Located roughly halfway between the Mariana Islands and Japan, Iwo Jima holds great strategic importance. Its airfields can support fighter aircraft protecting long-range bombers traveling toward Japan. The island itself is unlike the tropical beaches seen elsewhere in the Pacific. Black volcanic sand covers much of the shoreline. Steep rocky ridges rise above the coast. Underground tunnels weave beneath the landscape. Japanese engineers have spent months constructing an extensive defensive network. Instead of relying mainly on beaches, many defensive positions are hidden within caves and reinforced bunkers. On February 19, 1945, Allied forces begin the landings. Naval bombardments have already continued for several days. Aircraft fly overhead. Landing craft move steadily toward shore. As soldiers step onto the dark volcanic sand, they discover that moving forward is far more difficult than expected. The loose sand slows vehicles and infantry alike. Hidden defensive positions remain active despite earlier bombardments. Progress becomes careful and methodical. Each hill, Each bunker, each tunnel, requires patience and determination. One of the island's most recognizable landmarks is Mount Suribachi, an extinct volcanic cone rising above the southern end of Iwo Jima. After several days of difficult fighting, American forces secure the summit. There, a small group of Marines raises the United States flag. A photograph taken during the raising of a second, larger flag becomes one of the most widely recognized images of the entire war. For many people, it comes to symbolize perseverance and sacrifice. Yet the battle continues long after the famous photograph is taken. Weeks pass before organized resistance finally comes to an end. Soon afterward, damaged airfields begin serving an important new purpose. American bombers returning from missions over Japan can now make emergency landings on Iwo Jima. Over time, thousands of aircrew members benefit from this vital stop along their long journey across the Pacific. As spring arrives, Allied attention shifts toward an even larger objective. Okinawa, located only about 550 kilometers from the Japanese mainland, Okinawa is the largest of the Ryukyu Islands. Its location makes it critically important for any future operations near Japan. The campaign begins on April 1, 1945. Unlike many earlier Pacific landings, the initial beaches are secured relatively quickly. However, the most difficult fighting lies farther inland. Japanese forces establish strong defensive positions among hills, ridges, caves, and limestone escarpments. Rather than launching immediate counterattacks, they conduct a carefully planned defensive campaign designed to delay the Allied advance. The terrain itself becomes a formidable obstacle. Rolling hills replace flat beaches. Dense vegetation limits visibility. Heavy spring rains turn roads into deep mud. Engineers work continuously to repair damaged routes. Medical teams establish field hospitals close to the front. Supply convoys move carefully across narrow roads. Every mile requires extraordinary effort. Life at sea remains equally demanding. Thousands of Allied ships anchor around Okinawa. Battleships, destroyers, aircraft carriers, hospital ships, cargo vessels. Each plays a specific role within one of the largest naval operations ever assembled. Japanese aircraft launch numerous kamikaze attacks against Allied ships. These deliberate suicide missions inflict significant damage on several vessels and highlight the increasingly desperate nature of Japan's defensive strategy during the final months of the war. Sailors maintain constant vigilance. Radar operators carefully scan the skies. Anti-aircraft crews remain prepared day and night. Even during quiet evenings, watchkeepers continue observing the horizon beneath brilliant stars. Meanwhile, civilians on Okinawa experience enormous hardship. Families seek shelter wherever possible. Many villages become caught between opposing forces. Doctors, nurses, and aid workers do everything they can to assist those affected by the fighting. Their quiet acts of compassion remain an important part of the island's history. By late June 1945, organized resistance on Okinawa comes to an end. The campaign has lasted nearly 3 months. It is one of the largest and most difficult battles fought in the Pacific. Military leaders now carefully consider what an invasion of Japan itself might require. Detailed plans are prepared. Operation Olympic would target the southern island of Kyushu. Operation Coronet would later involve landings near Tokyo on the Kanto Plain. The expected scale of these operations is immense. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, thousands of ships, thousands of aircraft. Yet planners also understand that such an invasion could bring enormous losses for both military personnel and civilians. As discussions continue, strategic bombing of Japanese cities intensifies. Factories, transportation networks, and military infrastructure become major targets. At sea, submarines continue disrupting shipping routes. Japan faces increasing shortages of fuel, food, and raw materials. Across the Pacific, many people quietly hope that the war's end is finally approaching. Sailors write letters home. Pilots look forward to peaceful skies. Families separated by years of conflict dream of reunion. Farmers prepare fields for another harvest. Children imagine a future without air raid sirens or blackouts. The desire for peace grows stronger with each passing day. Looking back today, historians recognize the battles of Iwo Jima and Okinawa as the final great campaigns before the war entered its closing chapter. They demonstrated both the determination of those involved and the immense human cost of continued conflict. They also influenced the difficult decisions that world leaders would soon face during the final weeks of the war. As evening settles once more across the Pacific, the ocean gradually returns to its timeless rhythm. The waves gently wash against black volcanic beaches. Palm trees sway beneath the soft night breeze. The stars reflect across the quiet sea, just as they had long before the war began. Nature patiently waits for peace to return. And so, our 16th chapter gently comes to its close. In the next chapter, we will explore the atomic bombs and Japan's surrender, examining how the final weeks of the Second World War brought the global conflict to an end and opened the world to a new and uncertain age. The evening settles peacefully over the islands of Japan. The mountains stand quietly beneath a sky glowing with soft shades of crimson and violet. Rivers wind gently through valleys where small villages and ancient temples rest beneath the first stars of the night. Along the coast, fishing boats return to their harbors, while the calm waters of the inland sea reflect the fading light of another summer day. The world seems still. The cicadas sing softly in the trees. A cool breeze moves through fields of rice. Nature continues its timeless rhythm. Yet, in the summer of 1945, history stands at a remarkable turning point. As you settle comfortably and continue this bedtime journey through the Second World War, let your thoughts drift toward the final weeks of the greatest conflict the world had ever known. In Europe, the fighting has already ended. Germany surrendered in May. Across the continent, people have begun rebuilding homes, reopening schools, and planting new crops. But far across the Pacific Ocean, the war continues. Japan still controls parts of East Asia, although its military situation has become increasingly difficult. Years of fighting have exhausted the nation. Many cities have suffered extensive damage from conventional bombing. Shipping routes have been disrupted. Fuel and food have become increasingly scarce. Factories struggle to maintain production. Families across Japan hope for peace, though few know how or when it will come. Meanwhile, the United States and its allies carefully consider the next step. Military planners have prepared detailed plans for a possible invasion of the Japanese home islands. The proposed operations, known as Operation Olympic and Operation Coronet, would involve enormous numbers of soldiers, ships, and aircraft. Leaders understand that such an invasion could result in immense casualties for both military personnel and civilians. At the same time, another project has reached its conclusion. For several years, scientists, engineers, technicians, and military officials in the United States, Britain, and Canada have worked together on one of history's most secret scientific efforts. It is known as the Manhattan Project. Conducted in complete secrecy, the project brings together many of the world's leading physicists and engineers. Their goal is to harness the power of nuclear fission. On July 16, 1945, in the desert of New Mexico, the world's first nuclear device is successfully tested. The event is known as the Trinity Test. For the first time in history, humanity witnesses the extraordinary power of an atomic explosion. Many scientists recognize immediately that the world has entered a new era. Just days later, Allied leaders meet at the Potsdam Conference near Berlin. There, they discuss the final stages of the war and issue the Potsdam Declaration, calling upon Japan to surrender unconditionally. Japanese leaders continue debating their next course of action. The situation grows increasingly uncertain. Then, on the morning of August 6, 1945, an American B-29 bomber named Enola Gay flies toward the city of Hiroshima. At approximately 8:15 a.m., the aircraft releases an atomic bomb. Moments later, an explosion unlike anything previously seen in warfare occurs above the city. The immense blast, heat, and shockwave cause widespread destruction across Hiroshima. Buildings collapse. Fires spread rapidly. Communication systems fail. Thousands of people lose their lives instantly, while many others are injured. Hospitals become overwhelmed. Doctors and nurses work tirelessly under unimaginable conditions. Rescue efforts begin immediately despite the extraordinary challenges. For those who survive, the day changes their lives forever. The scale of destruction astonishes the world. Yet even then, many leaders do not fully understand the long-term effects of radiation exposure. Scientific knowledge about nuclear weapons is still limited. Medical teams soon begin documenting illnesses that had never before been observed on such a scale. 3 days later, on August 9, 1945, a second atomic bomb is dropped on the city of Nagasaki. Originally, another city had been the intended target, but cloud cover leads the bomber toward its secondary objective. Once again, an enormous explosion devastates much of the city. Thousands more lives are lost. Entire neighborhoods disappear within moments. Families are separated. Schools, homes, businesses, and places of worship are destroyed. The suffering is immense. On the same day, another major event reshapes the war. The Soviet Union declares war on Japan and launches a large-scale offensive against Japanese forces in Manchuria, in northeastern China. Soviet armies advance rapidly across the region, adding further pressure upon Japan's leadership. Now Japan faces overwhelming military challenges from multiple directions. Inside the Japanese government, intense discussions continue. Military leaders and civilian officials debate the nation's future. The desire to protect the country must now be weighed against the reality of continued conflict. Finally, Emperor Hirohito takes the unusual step of addressing the nation directly. On August 15, 1945, his recorded speech is broadcast by radio across Japan. For many citizens, it is the first time they have ever heard the emperor's voice. He announces that Japan will accept the terms of surrender. Across towns and villages, families gather quietly around radios. Some listen in silence. Others weep. Many simply reflect upon the long years that have come to an end. Formal surrender documents are signed aboard the battleship USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay on September 2, 1945. Representatives from Japan and the Allied nations gather for the ceremony. With the signing complete, the Second World War officially comes to an end. The conflict has lasted 6 years. It has involved nations from every inhabited continent. Millions of soldiers and civilians have experienced extraordinary hardship. Entire cities have been transformed. Scientific discoveries have changed the future forever. The atomic bombings also begin a new chapter in world history. The unprecedented destructive power of nuclear weapons raises profound moral, political, scientific, and humanitarian questions that continue to be discussed decades later. Many survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, known in Japan as hibakusha, dedicate their lives to sharing their experiences and encouraging future generations to work toward peace and the prevention of nuclear war. Their voices become an important part of the world's collective memory. Today, Hiroshima and Nagasaki are vibrant cities once again. Parks, schools, museums, and memorials stand where destruction once occurred. The Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park and the Nagasaki Peace Park welcome visitors from around the world, reminding each generation of the importance of dialogue, understanding, and lasting peace. As evening settles once more across Japan, the mountains rest beneath countless stars. The rivers continue their quiet journey toward the sea. Temple bells echo softly through peaceful valleys. The cicadas sing as they always have. Nature gently reminds us that even after humanity's darkest moments, healing is possible. The war has finally ended. The long years of conflict have come to a close. A new and uncertain age has begun. And so, our 17th chapter gently comes to its peaceful conclusion. In the next chapter, we will explore the world rebuilds. Peace, recovery, and the birth of the United Nations, where nations begin the difficult work of healing, rebuilding shattered communities, and creating new institutions in the hope that such a global conflict would never happen again. The evening settles quietly across the world. From the mountains of Europe to the islands of the Pacific, the deserts of North Africa, and the forests of Asia, the winds blow gently once again. Rivers continue their timeless journey toward the sea. Birds return to forests that had grown silent during years of conflict. Farmers walk through freshly planted fields beneath a sky glowing with soft shades of gold and violet. For the first time in 6 long years, the world begins to breathe again. As you settle comfortably and continue this peaceful bedtime journey through history, let your thoughts drift to the months following the end of the Second World War. The guns have finally fallen silent. The great fleets have returned to their harbors. Aircraft no longer fill the skies with the sounds of war. Across every continent, people begin asking the same quiet question. What comes next? The answer is not simple. Peace has arrived, but rebuilding will require patience, compassion, and extraordinary determination. Across Europe, countless cities bear the marks of war. Historic neighborhoods have been damaged. Bridges lie broken across rivers. Railway stations wait to be rebuilt. Factories stand silent. Schools prepare to welcome children once again. Yet despite the destruction, life slowly begins returning. Families clean their homes. Shopkeepers reopen small businesses. Teachers prepare classrooms. Church bells ring once more across villages that had known years of uncertainty. Every small step becomes part of a much larger journey toward recovery. Across Germany, daily life changes dramatically. The country is divided into 4 occupation zones administered by the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union. Berlin, although located deep within the Soviet zone, is also divided among the 4 Allied powers. Military governments begin restoring basic services. Roads are repaired. Electricity slowly returns. Food distribution becomes one of the highest priorities. Millions of civilians face shortages during the difficult first months after the war. At the same time, many people displaced by the conflict begin long journeys home. Throughout Europe, millions of refugees, prisoners of war, and displaced families travel across borders seeking loved ones and familiar places. Some return to homes that still stand. Others discover that entire neighborhoods have disappeared. International organizations work tirelessly to provide food, shelter, transportation, and medical care. For countless families, the road home is long, but hope remains. In Japan, rebuilding also begins. Cities damaged by bombing gradually recover. Railways reopen. Factories slowly resume peaceful production. Schools once again fill with students carrying books instead of emergency supplies. Communities come together to rebuild homes, temples, parks, and businesses. The Japanese people face many challenges, yet they also begin creating a peaceful future that will eventually transform the nation into one of the world's leading economies. Across the Pacific, soldiers who had spent years overseas finally return home. Ships carrying thousands of service members arrive at familiar ports. Families gather along docks and railway stations. Children meet fathers they scarcely remember. Parents embrace sons and daughters after years of anxious waiting. These reunions become some of the most joyful moments of the post-war years. For many veterans, however, returning home is only the beginning of another journey. Many must adapt once again to civilian life. They pursue education, begin new careers, raise families, and contribute to rebuilding their communities. Their experiences shape an entire generation. The war has also transformed science and technology. Radar, jet aircraft, medical advances, computing machines, rocket research. Many wartime innovations gradually find peaceful uses during the decades that follow. Hospitals improve medical care. Commercial aviation expands rapidly. Computers begin evolving from room-sized experimental machines into technologies that will eventually change everyday life around the world. Yet one scientific development casts a particularly long shadow: the atomic bomb. The events at Hiroshima and Nagasaki demonstrate the extraordinary power of nuclear weapons. Governments recognize that future wars involving such weapons could threaten humanity on an unimaginable scale. The beginning of the nuclear age changes international relations forever. Many scientists who had worked on wartime research now advocate for peaceful international cooperation and responsible scientific progress. Meanwhile, world leaders begin asking another important question: how can future global wars be prevented? The answer begins taking shape even before the fighting has completely ended. In October 1945, the United Nations is officially established. Representatives from many countries gather with a shared goal: to encourage cooperation, to promote peaceful dialogue, to help resolve international disputes before they become global conflicts. Although no organization can guarantee perfect peace, the United Nations represents a new hope that nations might work together rather than against one another. Economies also begin recovering. Factories once devoted to wartime production return to manufacturing civilian goods. Automobiles replace tanks on assembly lines. Homes replace military barracks. Consumer products gradually return to shop windows. Railroads transport families instead of armies. Harbors once crowded with warships begin welcoming merchant vessels carrying food, clothing, and building materials. Trade slowly reconnects the world. Children born after the war experience a different kind of childhood. Schools focus once again on learning rather than survival. Libraries reopen. Parks fill with laughter. Sports return. Music fills theaters. Artists paint. Writers publish new stories. Communities rediscover celebrations that had been postponed during years of uncertainty. Life begins moving forward. Around the world, memorials are also created. Simple monuments, gardens, museums, peace parks. These places are not built to celebrate war. Instead, they honor those who lived through it and remind future generations of the value of peace. Visitors come quietly. Flowers are placed. Moments of silence are shared. History is remembered with respect. The Second World War reshapes international politics as well. Some former colonial territories begin moving toward independence. New alliances emerge. Scientific cooperation increases. Global communication expands. The decades ahead will bring new challenges, but also remarkable achievements in medicine, education, technology, and international cooperation. Looking back today, historians often describe the years after 1945 as the beginning of a new chapter in world history. The war has changed borders. Governments, economies, technology, and millions of individual lives. Yet perhaps its greatest lesson is one that remains timeless. That peace requires patience, understanding, cooperation, and the willingness to learn from the past. As evening gently settles across the world once again, rivers continue flowing toward the sea. Fresh crops grow where battlefields once stood. Children laugh beneath peaceful skies. Ships cross calm oceans carrying travelers instead of soldiers. The stars shine equally over every nation, reminding us that humanity shares one world and one future. The long years of rebuilding have begun. Hope is quietly taking root. And so our 18th chapter comes peacefully to its close. In the next chapter, we will reflect on remembering the Second World War, exploring how museums, memorials, personal stories, and acts of remembrance help preserve the lessons of history for future generations, ensuring that the sacrifices and experiences of millions are never forgotten. The evening settles softly across the world. The sun slowly disappears beyond distant hills, painting the sky with gentle shades of amber, lavender, and deep blue. Quiet rivers reflect the first stars of the night, while old forests whisper softly in the evening breeze. In peaceful towns, warm lights begin glowing behind familiar windows, and church bells echo gently through the calm air. The world feels wonderfully quiet. It is difficult to imagine that only a few generations ago, so many lives were touched by one of history's greatest conflicts. As you settle comfortably and continue this bedtime journey, let your thoughts wander beyond the battles, beyond the maps, and beyond the famous leaders. Tonight, we remember the people, the ordinary people, because every great event in history is ultimately made up of millions of individual lives. The Second World War was not experienced only by generals or presidents. It was lived by mothers preparing simple meals, children carrying school books, doctors working through long nights, railway workers guiding trains across damaged bridges, farmers tending their fields beneath uncertain skies, teachers helping students continue learning, musicians bringing comfort through song. Each person had a story. Some stories were joyful, many were difficult. All deserve to be remembered with respect. Across Europe, families spent years waiting for letters from loved ones serving far from home. Each envelope became a treasure. Some letters described beautiful sunsets seen from distant places. Others spoke only briefly, careful not to reveal military information. Many simply reassured parents, husbands, wives, or children with one comforting sentence. I am safe. For families waiting at home, those words meant everything. In countless homes, photographs stood quietly upon wooden shelves. A smiling son, a young daughter, a husband in uniform, a sister working as a nurse. Each photograph reminded someone of hope, love, and the promise of reunion. Some reunions came quickly after the war. Others took months. Some never came at all. Across occupied Europe, ordinary citizens found remarkable courage in quiet acts of kindness. Neighbors shared food despite shortages. Families sheltered strangers. Teachers continued lessons whenever possible. Doctors cared for anyone who needed help. Librarians protected valuable books. Artists continued painting. Writers continued writing. Musicians continued performing. Even during the darkest years, culture survived. Hope survived. Humanity survived. In Britain, many children experienced evacuation. To protect them from bombing, thousands left large cities and traveled to peaceful countryside villages. Some had never before seen wide green fields or farm animals. Although they missed their parents deeply, many found kindness in the homes of families who welcomed them. Years later, many remembered both the sadness of separation and the warmth of unexpected friendships. Across the Soviet Union, families endured enormous hardship while continuing daily life. Farmers planted crops. Factory workers built machinery. Teachers reopened classrooms whenever possible. Doctors cared for patients despite limited supplies. Entire communities worked together, determined to build a better future. In Germany, Japan, Italy, France, Poland, China, the United States, Canada, Australia, India, New Zealand, and countless other countries, millions of families experienced similar hopes and fears. Although languages differed, although cultures differed, the love parents felt for their children was the same. The hope for peace was the same. The dream of returning home was the same. History often reminds us that humanity has far more in common than it sometimes realizes. Medical workers became quiet heroes throughout the war. Doctors operated under extraordinary conditions. Nurses remained beside patients through endless nights. Ambulance drivers crossed dangerous roads. Hospital ships carried the wounded across oceans. Many worked without seeking recognition. Their greatest reward was seeing someone recover. Teachers also carried an important responsibility. Even during difficult times, education continued whenever possible. Children learned mathematics, history, science, literature, music. Learning itself became an act of hope. Parents believed that one day these children would help build a peaceful future. Artists and photographers quietly preserved memories. Painters captured landscapes transformed by history. Photographers recorded moments both joyful and heartbreaking. Writers filled journals with personal reflections. Today, these photographs, paintings, diaries, and letters help historians understand not only what happened, but how people felt. Museums around the world carefully preserve these personal stories. Inside glass display cases rest simple objects: a child's toy, a worn suitcase, a faded uniform, a handwritten letter, a family photograph, a small diary. Individually, they appear ordinary. Together, they tell extraordinary stories. Visitors often discover that the simplest objects leave the deepest impressions. Across many countries, memorials stand quietly in parks, town squares, and peaceful gardens. Some list thousands of names carved into stone. Others contain only a single flame burning continuously. People visit these places throughout the year. Flowers are placed gently. Moments of silence are shared. Children ask thoughtful questions. Grandparents quietly remember. Remembrance is not about celebrating war. It is about honoring lives, learning from history, and protecting peace for future generations. Every year, nations hold remembrance ceremonies. Veterans gather with families. School children lay wreaths. Musicians perform gentle hymns. Church bells ring. Flags are lowered. Silence follows. For a few peaceful moments, people pause together. Not to remember victory or defeat alone, but to remember humanity. As time passes, fewer people remain who experienced the Second World War firsthand. Their voices become increasingly precious. Many have written memoirs, recorded interviews, shared family photographs, visited schools to speak with younger generations. Their memories become bridges connecting the past with the future. Historians continue collecting these stories with great care. Every diary, every photograph, every recorded conversation, every preserved letter adds another piece to humanity's shared memory. History is not simply dates and battles. It is people. It is choices. It is kindness shown during difficult times. It is courage found in ordinary lives. Perhaps that is why these stories continue touching us today. They remind us that behind every great historical event stands an individual human being. Someone who laughed, dreamed, worked, loved, hoped, and wished for peace. As evening grows deeper, the stars shine gently above every continent. They shine above peaceful cities rebuilt after the war, above forests that have quietly healed, above rivers that never stopped flowing, above homes filled with new generations. The same stars that watched over those difficult years now watch over a world that continues learning from its past. The human stories remain quiet, powerful, and unforgettable. And so, our 19th chapter gently comes to its peaceful conclusion. In our final chapter, we will bring this long bedtime journey to a calm and reflective close with the last good night. Looking back upon everything we have learned and celebrating the enduring hope that understanding history can help guide humanity toward a more peaceful future. The evening settles gently over a peaceful world. The sun slowly slips below the horizon, leaving behind soft shades of gold, rose, and deep violet. Gentle winds move through forests that have stood for centuries. Rivers continue their endless journey toward the sea. Birds return to their nests, and distant church bells ring softly across quiet valleys. Above everything, countless stars appear, just as they did before the Second World War began. They watched the world during times of peace. They witnessed years of hardship. And now, they shine upon a world that continues moving forward with hope. As you settle comfortably for the final chapter of our bedtime journey, let us take one last peaceful walk through history. For more than 3 hours, we have traveled together across continents and oceans. We have followed the winding rivers of Europe, crossed the deserts of North Africa, sailed across the vast Pacific Ocean, walked through ancient cities, stood beside quiet villages, and watched history unfold beneath countless night skies. Along the way, we met leaders whose decisions changed nations, soldiers who carried heavy responsibilities, scientists whose discoveries transformed the future, doctors and nurses who devoted themselves to healing others, teachers who continued educating children during uncertain times, factory workers who quietly kept nations moving, farmers who continued planting fields beneath peaceful skies, families who never stopped hoping that one day peace would return. Each became part of one remarkable human story. The Second World War officially ended in 1945, but its legacy continues even today. Many of the institutions that shape our modern world were strengthened or created during the years that followed. The United Nations became a place where nations could meet through diplomacy rather than conflict. International cooperation in science, medicine, education, and humanitarian aid expanded dramatically. Countries that had once faced one another across battlefields gradually built partnerships based upon trade, cultural exchange, and shared goals. Europe itself changed profoundly. Former enemies slowly began working together. Economic cooperation increased. Borders that had once divided nations became places of friendship and commerce. In time, many European countries chose cooperation over confrontation, believing that lasting peace required understanding as much as strength. Across Asia, Japan rebuilt itself with extraordinary determination. The cities were reconstructed, its industries modernized, universities flourished, technology advanced rapidly. Within only a few decades, Japan became one of the world's leading centers of innovation, engineering, and education. Germany also experienced remarkable transformation. After years of rebuilding, democratic institutions grew stronger. Communities rebuilt homes, schools, museums, theaters, and libraries. Following decades of division during the Cold War, East and West Germany were peacefully reunited in 1990, symbolizing another important chapter in Europe's long journey toward unity. The war also changed the way nations thought about human rights. The suffering experienced by millions led to renewed efforts to protect the dignity and freedoms of every individual. International agreements were created to encourage cooperation, protect civilians, and reduce the likelihood of future global conflicts. While challenges have certainly remained, these efforts continue shaping international law today. Science entered a new era as well. Radar evolved into technologies used for weather forecasting and aviation safety. Early computers gradually became the powerful devices now found in homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses around the world. Medical research advanced rapidly. New treatments saved countless lives. Space exploration eventually became possible through technologies first developed during wartime, though later dedicated to peaceful discovery. History reminds us that knowledge itself is neither good nor bad. Its purpose depends upon how humanity chooses to use it. Perhaps the greatest lesson left by the Second World War is not about weapons, nor battles, nor political leaders. Its deepest lesson is about people. It reminds us how precious peace truly is. Peace is sometimes easy to overlook because it feels ordinary. A child walking safely to school, neighbors sharing a meal, a train arriving on time, a family gathering for dinner, a quiet evening beneath the stars. These simple moments become extraordinary when we remember that generations before us worked so hard to preserve them. Museums across the world continue protecting the memories of those years. Letters remain carefully preserved. Photographs continue telling silent stories. Memorials welcome visitors from every nation. Schools continue teaching new generations about both the achievements and the tragedies of the 20th century. Not to encourage fear, but to encourage wisdom, because history offers one of humanity's greatest gifts: the opportunity to learn without repeating every mistake ourselves. Today, veterans, survivors, historians, teachers, and families continue passing these stories from one generation to the next. Their goal is not to dwell upon conflict. Their goal is to protect peace. Each story shared becomes another quiet reminder that compassion, cooperation, and understanding matter. Across the world tonight, children sleep peacefully in homes built long after the war ended. Cities sparkle with lights where darkness once lingered. Ships cross peaceful oceans carrying travelers instead of soldiers. Airplanes connect nations in hours rather than weeks. Students from different countries study together. Scientists collaborate across continents. Artists share music, books, and films that reach audiences around the globe. Although humanity still faces many challenges, the world remains deeply connected in ways that earlier generations could scarcely imagine. As our journey draws gently to its close, let us pause for one final moment beneath the stars. Imagine standing on a quiet hillside overlooking the world. The forests are calm. The rivers flow peacefully. The oceans reflect the moonlight. The cities below glow softly in the distance. Somewhere a child laughs. Somewhere else, an elderly grandparent quietly tells a family story. A train crosses a bridge. A lighthouse shines across the sea. Life continues. History never truly ends. Each generation writes the next chapter. And every act of kindness, understanding, and compassion becomes part of that story. The legacy of the Second World War is not only found in history books or museums. It lives in every peaceful conversation, every classroom, every friendship across cultures, every effort to solve differences through dialogue rather than violence. It reminds us that even after humanity's darkest nights, the dawn always returns. The stars above remain unchanged. The rivers continue flowing. The seasons continue turning. And hope, quiet and steady, continues lighting the way forward. Thank you for joining this long and peaceful bedtime journey through one of history's most important chapters. May the stories we've shared inspire not only a deeper understanding of the past, but also a lasting appreciation for the peace we strive to build together. Now, as the night grows still and the stars shine brightly overhead, it is time to let history gently fade into the distance. Close your eyes. Take one slow, peaceful breath, and allow the quiet world around you to carry you softly into a restful night's sleep. Good night.